What is going on, everyone? Welcome to Adventure Co Gaming, to another Classic Constructed CC Armory event here at the Haven Games. I'm happy to have you all joining me. My name is AJ, bringing you the commentary live from Castleberry, Florida, more like Orlando, Florida. But yeah, definitely we have a fun one for you. We have Dromai versus Dash. I think this is one of the more interesting matchups we're going to see today. We definitely have a couple of Dromais on the field. You know, Dash has also been showing that she's doing pretty well. Did talk to Nick a little bit before the tournament, and by the way, welcome back to Nick. You know, he's been on a bit of a hiatus, took a big trip around the country, and glad to see him back here at the Haven, playing in our local armory, getting ready to get back in the circuit, you know, back in the saddle again with Dash, something I haven't really seen Nick play too much of. Looks like we have a couple of Dash fans in the chat. Glad to have y'all watching. Hopefully Nick can put in some work on this hero. And meanwhile, Matt's going to do his best to make sure Dromai can, you know, get some value out of those dragons, get as much value that they can, do as much damage, and just, you know, a lot of the Dromai lists I have seen recently have been quite defensive, so it'll be interesting to see. It looks like Nick is on a bit more of the controlled dash, kind of controlled dash of old. Nick sporting a lot of the white border cards, needs a white border Arcanite skull cap. That would be pretty amazing. Looks like we are going to get underway here. Nick choosing to start with the induction chamber. Kind of signaling he's not going to go the Teclo Pounder full on aggro route. So we'll have to see exactly who gets priority here. Now it's starting the game. Let's take a look a bit at each player's armor suite. We see Matt is actually on the typical kind of Dromai setup, I think. You know, Phantasmal Footsteps, Silken Form, the Flamescale Furnace, and the Crown of Providence. Pretty typical. The Crown of Providence definitely can get you out of some bad spots. You know, sometimes you just don't have that red Go Again card that you want. Sometimes you can cycle a card and kind of fish one out of the deck. Flamescale Furnace, you know, Dromai is actually one of the two, out of the two Draconic heroes, is probably the best one to actually utilize the Flamescale Furnace activated effect, getting that extra resource when you pitch anytime you pitch more than one red into the pitch zone. So first we're going to see a Sweeping Blow on Matt's side of the field, going to generate an Ash from Dromai's effect and get an Ash from the Sweeping Blow's effect as well. Great start from him, and it's exactly where you want to be. Going to 2 Ash. Has those fancy cold foil Ash too. Awesome to see. But great start. Starting out with 2 Ash is pretty strong. It's exactly where you want to be. Sometimes you can kind of get into these weird, awkward early games with Dromai where you just don't have the Ash to make your dragons that you want to. But we see here on Nick's side of the field, we're going to start by loading up the pistol. Going to have 1 resource floating. Loading up the induction chamber. Looks like we are going pretty much the old school, like, kind of, yeah. We actually got an item down. Stone Soup in the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining. But we did get a Teclo Pounder, something new that Dash has gotten recently. Pretty strong card. Whenever you boost a card, you can you lose the steam counter off the Teclo Pounder, gain +2 damage. We actually see that Matt is going to summon a Chromai. Chromai is one of the more interesting dragons, because whenever it attacks or leaves the field, you actually gain an action point, so it kind of insulates you from that first pop if they happen to have one. You know, all the dragons have Phantasm, so if they're blocked with a card with 6 attack or higher, they do actually blow up and kind of get destroyed. You lose the action point, Go Again doesn't resolve. We see that Nick choosing not to pop the Chromai, so we're going to actually get to 2 action points. Or maybe he's still thinking. I think we went back a little bit. But yeah, Nick is actually going to take the 3 damage there. And then we actually see an Erase Face. Erase Face is actually interesting against Dash, because if they ever go to boost, the cards aren't Mechanologist cards, so... And then just a heal 3 out of the arsenal, free up that arsenal spot. But now boost is pretty much turned off for this turn. He still has the gun, he still has go again through induction chamber, other ways like that, or if anything naturally has go again, but if anything's relying on boost for go again, it will not resolve this time around. Now something that Nick can actually do is kind of play his turn in reverse from what you see a lot of dashes do. You can start with the gun, give it go again, and maybe load everything back up. We are actually going to see him boost. I don't know if I guess he did actually, he did actually block the erase phase, so not worried about that. He's still actually going to be able to boost. Does have go again off this throttle, I believe, coming in for 8 damage. Matt going to choose to give up Necria and a sink below here. And that's kind of what this Dromai deck has kind of become. It's just a lot of defensive cards. You know, you don't want to give up life to the aggro decks, especially if they start boosting their cards away. A lot of times they can kind of fatigue themselves just a bit because, you know, if Dash wants to get go again, they have to boost. And if you don't know what boost, how it works, you can banish the top card off the top of your deck as an additional cost. And you play a boost card. If it's a Mechanologist card, that card that you boosted does gain go again. And we are going to play the 0 to 60. Another boost here. Another successful boost. So the 0 to 60 will have go again. I believe this is coming in for 4 damage here. Again, we're not threatening too much damage on this turn. I mean, it is an 8 to a 4, which is 12, but with the sink below and the other block of the Necria, we were actually able to stop quite a bit of it, and now it's just gun time. You know, a lot of pistol dash, a lot of shooting the pistol. Dash definitely shot first. Don't need to fix that one. So Matt is actually going to get another Ash generating turn, pitching the Burn Them All for another Sweeping Blow, generating 2 more Ash again, 1 from Dromai, 1 from Sweeping Blow, and just filling up that Ash pile as much as he needs to. You don't want to get into a spot again where you just don't have the Ash to do anything. You know, between the sand covers and making all the dragons, you definitely need a lot of Ash in this deck. Now this attack is just 3 and go again outside of generating Ash, so it's not too threatening. And then we actually see the Dust Up. This is a blue Dust Up. It's interesting. It doesn't have go again, but what it does is if it hits, it creates an Ash, and then you actually get an Ash. You can make an Ashwing out of it. But Nick choosing to block with his equipment, not letting the Dust Up hit. Blue Dust Up not going to be hitting there, not creating that Ash, not getting an Ash token. Not getting an Ashwing, I'm sorry. Now going into Nick's turn, he's going to really want to start putting the pressure on here. He's in the lead for the first time in the game going into his turn. That is really strong, really pretty much shows that he has tempo right now. And he wants to keep it, wants to keep the pedal to the metal, just keep boosting cards away if he needs to, and just put as much pressure on the Dromai as he can. Oh, looks like we're not going to be putting pressure on this turn, but we are going to build a bit more of our board state. We did get the Plasma Purifier, and right now you're kind of seeing what old school Dash used to do a lot, which is build a lot of these, you know, items, kind of build up a board state. It's kind of the original version of Prism. You know, you get to this point where you build up this huge board state where it overwhelms your opponent. They're able to block with a couple cards and then keep a blue or 2 in hand and just gun you to death, like hit for 3, like 3 or 4 times in a turn after blocking with almost their entire hand. But on Matt's side, we actually see him pitch the Dracona Optimi. This could be setting up for late game. You want to see the Dracona Optimi later in the game. Right now, we're just going to play it for the Rake the Embers Red. Rake the Embers Red will generate an additional Ash and then turn into 3 more Ashwings. Now, these Ashwings are all just 1/1. I was about to say 1/1 flyers, but they technically fly, I guess, but they're not flying in this game. Just 1/1 allies that can be attacked, can be killed. But they all do have go again because the Rake the Embers was red. We actually see he's going to play also a Kyloria. Kyloria is probably one of the better dragons in the game. Kyloria says that if it hits, it's a 4/2 dragon. If it hits, you either steal an item from your opponent or you draw a card. So funny enough, Kyloria, normally Kyloria, we call it Snatch on a Stick. It actually just has Snatch. But it actually looks like this time around, it might actually start stealing some of these items from Dash. Now, Matt can't get a lot of use out of those items, but what it does do is it takes all that advantage that Nick's been working on building this entire time. It takes it away if this Kyloria were to hit. But I think Nick is never going to let this Kyloria hit, even if it has to be inefficient. So yeah, he's going to use a piece of armor and a zipper hit. And then take the 3 Ash Wings, but we're definitely not letting Kyloria live, and we're definitely not letting it hit. So now we get back to Nick's side of the turn and see exactly how he wants to respond to that Kyloria. We know he's going to have to kill it. He's not going to let it stay on the field for any amount of time because it's threatening taking one of his items every single turn. So still thinking here, Nick still has to figure out exactly how he wants to start his turn. Gonna load up the gun, gonna shoot Kyloria. Definitely saw this coming. Gonna use the reaction step to give it go again. Kyloria is no more. Back to Ash with you. Definitely love seeing these Marvel Dragons on Matt's side of the field, though. Really cool to see that. So now Nick has to decide, does he want to start dealing with Ash Wings? They can get to a point where they start to swarm you just a little bit too much. And you kind of get overwhelmed. Something that Dash players trying to do to the Dromai is overwhelm them with value. But really, if you let these Ash Wings stay around, they can get really out of hand. And unlike Spectral Shields, which kind of had this like side benefit of blocking damage, Ash Wings don't do that. So they actually have to be targeted. So it's a little bit different in that way. Nick just going to play the second Plasma Purifier. Now he can get to the point where each of his gunshots are coming in for 4 damage. But now here we see a double Dragon play. 1 Kyloria, 1 Ovia. Kyloria, again, going to threaten to steal that item. Ovia is an interesting dragon because it says basically when it comes into play, you can make a baby Ashwing out of one of your ashes, and then at the start of every single turn you can make another Ashwing out of those ashes. So you can just generate a lot of value out of this Ovia if it sticks around. Normally we don't see the Ovia attack too much. It is a 1/6, whereas Kyloria is a 4/2, and that kind of incentivizes you to attack with the Kyloria, right? Because it's probably not going to stick around. And it has an on-hit effect where Ovia just wants to kind of sit in the back line, just make little baby Ashwings. I really like the flavor of those dragons, whereas like Kyloria is kind of like hoarding the treasure, so like it wants the items from the other player. Ovia is the mommy dragon, basically. It wants to just make baby Ashwings and not have to, fight on the front lines or anything like that. So cool interaction there. We did see the Kyloria actually get popped by a Phantasm there. I would have liked to see, I guess it doesn't super matter because he probably would have popped it the same way, but if he had attacked with the Ashwings first, he might have snuck in some damage there first if Nick wanted to waste a pop on one Ashwing to end the turn. That's one thing, but having to give up gun on Kyloria it's like one or the other, really. But maybe Nick would have taken the damage from the Ashwings first and then popped Kyloria. A lot of times you would hold on to that Kyloria swing towards the end there. do see a Dominia in Matt's hand, and I do love Dominia. Dominia is probably one of the strongest effects in Flesh and Blood, period. Being able to look at your opponent's hand, which is already hand knowledge, and then you get to banish a card. And unlike Phantasmaclasm, which is another similar effect, they don't draw another card. You just banish that card for the rest of the game. Let's see what kind of turn Nick can actually put together here. He's gonna shoot Ovia one time. Ovia's gonna take 2 damage there. We didn't use the Plasma Purifiers. We might actually have the boost card to just finish off the Ovia. Looks like we do have the boost card. We do have the Zipper Hit. Gonna boost it. Gonna boost away a Throttle. Is gonna take 4. The Ovia will go down here. And then we're actually going to use the 2 more resources floating to play another item. We now have 2 Plasma Purifiers, 2 Induction Chambers, and a Teklo Pounder still on the field. Oh, Nick realizing that the Teklo Pounder was actually a mandatory trigger. So unfortunately, he did actually waste the gunshot into the Ovia. So he could have just one-shotted it with the Zipper Hit with the effect from Teklo Pounder. But you know, that's okay. Still has some Ash Wings he might want to clear out next turn. Still has 1 more use of the Teklo Pounder on the field. Here we just see another play we've pretty much seen almost every game, where Matt did run out of Ash, but now a Sweeping Blow, pitching a red, generating 2 Ash basically out of nowhere. I think I do see another Sweeping Blow in Matt's hand. So another Sweeping Blow here would be a lot more Ash. You know, you Arsenal the Dominia. Arsenal the Invoke Dominia. Draw your hand up. Hope you hit at least 1 blue. Be able to play the Dominia for 1 blue and 1 red. Be able to banish 1 card from your opponent. Let's go. But instead, we actually had the blue and the red. We are going to Invoke Dominia this turn. We're going to swing. Do have to turn one of those Ash into a Dominia. We are going to reveal a red. It is a Dunebreaker Centipede. Reveal the hand. Gonna pretty much banish 1 card from it. I don't know if he has any pops. If he had any pops, he'd probably take them now. Hard to see exactly what is the color strips in his hand. Because if he had 1 blue, a lot of times I have done that before, where you're like, oh, you just have 1 blue. Yeah, I'll take that away. That way your turn's not as good. I see that T-Bone is a red there. Don't think I see any pop cards that you would pretty much auto fire with Dominia. Get that out of there so it doesn't pop the card. Now Dominia is still coming in for 4. A lot of times you kind of forget that 4 damage is still coming through. So yeah, does Nick actually want to block this? He's going to have to use a lot of cards to kind of kill the Dominia and kind of go in on Matt next turn. He could take the 4 damage here. It's not that threatening. Go to 29 and then just start chewing through as much as he can. But instead, we're going to block with the T-Bone, take 1. Then take 3 from the Ash Wings. So he did save 3 life there with the block. Maybe Nick is just thinking like pure on like gun time. I could see that too. I think those are 2 blues he left in hand. We are going to load up the induction chambers. I believe we had 1 floating now. But this is a pretty typical drone or dash board where you just have these. This is like the old school dashboard where you have all these items, all this value coming now. So the Plasma Purifiers are going to make the gun actually come in for 4 every single turn, every single time. And he's able to swing the gun 3 times every single turn. So that's 12 damage on board every single turn. So now I think we're starting the game plan where we're coming at Matt's face and just seeing how much damage we can do. You know, face is the place, just swing at him every single time. We're going to use that induction chamber to just keep on shooting the pistol. And this is where, if you're on Matt's side of the field, this can kind of get scary. You know, I know we're still at pretty high life totals. It's 36 to 29. So it's definitely not over yet either way. But seeing the dash items on the board that are just permanent can kind of feel like scary. I mean, it's like, what do you do at this point? Do you block? Do you try to race them? Racing them almost never works because they can block with their entire hand. And it's just like, maybe it's one of those things where this is a bad matchup for Dromai in terms of the controlled dash. Have to keep seeing how it plays out. One of the most fun things I think that is about the dash deck. One of the most fun things about the dash deck that I like is that you get to hold on to value. A lot of decks don't do this, so you can pitch cards into your items to hold on to those resources kind of turn over turn, right? So a lot of times you pitch into cards. If you leave a resource floating, you have a card in hand, those are resources you didn't need to use. Whereas dash, you can pitch into those items. That resource just sticks around until you're ready to use it, right? It's sitting on that item ready to go via the steam counter mechanic. And here we see Matt is actually going to go into a sweeping blow into a Dunebreaker Centipede. This is a 5 damage go again attack. So one of the cool things about Illusionists is that a lot of their attacks are overstated because they have that really glaring downside, which is the keyword Phantasm. So this one does have a bit of a insurance policy where if it's blocked by a card with 6 or more attack, that will trigger Phantasm, but it will also generate you an Ash. So it's a bit of a, maybe you have to take the L and you get a bit of an Ash, or you get some Ash to actually use something on your turn so you don't completely lose the card. It is exactly the same stats as Spears of Surreality. So it is a bit better specifically for Dromai, and it is also Draconic if that ever comes into play. If we ever see a Rupture Dromai deck or anything that takes care of, well, Rupture just cares about chain links, but anything that cares about Draconic chain links would be nice to see if that ever comes into play. You know, it is a 1 for 5, it is Draconic, and now we're swinging with all the Ash Wings. Nick dropping to half life now. Nick is at Blitz life. We'll have to see if Nick is able to string together a pretty big turn here. I mean, he's at an 8-point life deficit. So we'll have to see if he can kind of put in some work here to get back ahead. We are going to load up each Plasma Purifier and the Plasma Pistol. We are going to activate both Plasma Purifiers. Okay, and just 4 at Matt's face again. Just gonna stay going at Matt's face. At this point, we don't want to burn the pistol swings on the Ash Wings. Those Ash Wings have been the biggest source of Matt's kind of his damage this entire game. Just 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. And we're actually going to see an armor block here. Matt likes his hand. I do see the Command and Conquer, but it looks like we actually chose to get rid of it with the Crown of Providence trigger. Matt's still thinking about it. He hasn't, something that Nick hasn't done in a long time is actually arsenal a card. So that could be why we're thinking here, where, hey, this is kind of a dead card. Looks like we're just going to keep loading those items, going to keep staying efficient, you know. Dash Inventor extraordinaire, I believe, is just, she invented all over this board, has all of her equipment, all of her items out. So much value coming in, just 4 damage every single turn, just waiting for Matt. I will say it is pretty resource intensive to actually load all of the items every single turn. I mean, we do have a good amount of blues, but we're actually going to see the zipper hit with the Teklo Pounder coming in for what I think is 8 damage here. 7 damage. 7 damage and go again off the successful boost on the Teklo Pounder. And then probably 1 more pistol shot. So you're still looking at 11 more damage coming in this turn. I do see a Rake the Embers in Matt's hand, so that is 3 more Ash Wings potentially. Looks like Matt is checking some of the text on a bit of the dragons to see exactly what we want to do here. I don't know what invoke spell he actually has in his hand right now. But it looks like the Dash player is starting to turn that corner just with this play. 7 damage off the Teklo Pounder, 4 more damage coming from the Plasma Pistol. This is a big block coming up. Do you take the damage? Do you actually fall that far behind? Or do you actually block it? Stay up in life, but have less of a turn. You still need a red go again card. It looks like Matt has decided to take the damage here. And then the Plasma Pistol coming in for 4 more. 1 more time. Going down to 13. This is the biggest life differential in Nick's favor the entire game that we've seen. Matt decided to keep his entire hand. Still hasn't used a Silken Form. Has not made use of the footsteps at all. Each of these gunshots could have been blocked by 1 damage with the footsteps every time it resets. You know, loading an item does actually reset the chain. You have to close it to load that item. So he could have pitched 1 and actually used the footsteps for each of these gunshots, but chose to keep the hand. Now let's see if it was worth it. I do see a Sweeping Blow, I believe, or maybe a Mirage Eye. A Rake the Embers. Can't see the last 2 cards on the left. That is a Mirage Eye next that he's thinking about playing now. He's actually going to pitch it for a Rake the Embers, go up to 4 Ash, then go back down to 1 Ash. So we are actually at instant speed going to also activate the Flamescale Furnace, get another 2 resources, get another Ash. So he's actually going to generate 3 Ash here total. Should be going up to 5, then go back down to 2 Ash. So we are going to get 3 Ash Wings. It's up to him to choose whether or not he wants to make all 3 though. Looks like we are going to finally use some dice for the Ash just to mark it just a little bit easier. We do have 6 Ash Wings though. We do have the final card is a Mirage Eye in hand. We are going to play the Mirage Eye as well. Now we kind of know exactly why he wanted to keep this hand. This is a lot of Ash Wings. If Nick does not have a pop, this is a lot of value generated on this turn. The first attack from the Mirage Eye will not have Phantasm. That is his static effect. First dragon attack each turn does not have Phantasm, and we still have to burn them all, so that is 1 Arcane coming through as well. Nick going to take all 3 of that damage, and we'll see if he has the pop. He does have the pop with the maximum velocity. We'll kill that Ashwing. The turn will end there. We still have the dragons other than the 1 Ashwing that was popped. Gonna have to use our burn them all trigger, banish 2. Gonna put the Tumultai and the other pitch card underneath our deck, draw up to 4, and now Nick, who also only blocked with 1 card, has 3 cards in hand. Interesting to see exactly what path he chooses here. Does he have enough to load up all the items again? I think I see a tome in his hand, so that is not the most pressure card that he can play. He'll probably want to be looking to arsenal that card this turn. Maybe crack Achilles Accelerator, play it for free, gain some life, and even more cards. If I'm Nick here, I believe Miragei's health is 3. So my thought would be maybe we load up 1 Plasma Purifier, get the gun to 3 damage, shoot the Miragei for 3. Kill the Miragei and then just go back to hitting face. We have to get rid of this Miragei so that we don't have to worry. We want our opponent to have Phantasm. Everything else is going to be overstated if we do, like especially the dragons, especially if he gets any like a Kyloria out, Vincerakai out, any of these big heavy hitting or heavy effect dragons. We definitely want those to have Phantasm, especially as Dash. We have a decent amount of Phantasm pops. And so we really want those dragons to have Phantasm. So you get a little bit of value by killing the Miragei. It's 2 less damage he can throw at you. So it looks like we actually had to put 2 pistol shots into the Miragei. I believe, does it have 4 health? So that could be why. We left 1 steam counter on the induction chamber. Now Matt is able to summon an Asvalai. Asvalai is going to be extremely well paired with a Burn Them All. So that's a lot of arcane damage coming down. Now Nick does in fact actually have a way to stop arcane damage. He does actually have the Achilles Accelerator, which does have Arcane Barrier 1. And all of these are they're instances of 1 arcane damage. So he can pitch a blue and stop the Asvalai arcane, stop the Burn Them All arcane. Each event of arcane, I believe is how it's said, is a source of arcane damage. So will be 1 arcane from the Burn Them All, 1 arcane from Asvalai. I do think I saw Command and Conquer in Nick's hand, but he's actually going to choose to take all 4 of this damage. I think he thinks he might have the turn in hand, and he also does have that tome in arsenal. And Nick's saying, send me the bill. I'm not worried about any of this damage anymore. Now, Matt has an interesting decision he has to make here. He has 2 pretty much like end of turn plays. He has a Dust Up and he has a Passing Mirage. Both of them don't have Go Again, so you have to pick which of the 2 do you want on the field. And he is choosing the Dust Up for the damage, in my opinion. He wants to keep the pressure on. Now, if I'm Matt, it's a hard decision for me. The Passing Mirage, it feels like one of those cards you want to play, but I totally understand this play. Of all the heroes that you would play against, the Passing Mirage probably has one of the lesser effects on Dash because she has a way between High Octane and the Achilles Accelerator to generate extra action points, so it's not as much as fogging your turn. Nick really thinking exactly how he wants to go ahead and proceed with this. He does have to, if he wants to make use of the Achilles Accelerator, get an extra action point. I think Matt was deciding whether or not he wanted to keep Burn Them All alive. I think we're still on Matt's turn. I don't know if all the Ashwings have swung yet. But it did look like Matt arsenaled a card here. It looks like Matt was deciding on whether or not he wanted to sigil and end his turn. He looks like he is going to arsenal the Passing Mirage after sigilling. We are going to burn them all, trigger, banish 3 cards. And now it's really on Nick's side of the field to see what he can do. He has to put on pressure here. He has to get cards out of Matt's hand. Otherwise, this can just really run away with the game. Now, his hand does look pretty stacked here. He does have 2 0-60s. I think a maximum velocity. Does also have that card in Arsenal. Oh, so it's a high octane. Sorry, I thought that was a maximum velocity. So this is a high octane. So now every time he boosts, his action point count will actually double, right? So he'll get an extra action point. Instead of just having go again, it'll also have an extra action point. So he does have some misses, so there's a chance that he might not get 2, but he'll always at least get 1 off of a boost. So right now he's sitting on 2 action points. I'm assuming we're going to use one of them to draw off the tome. So we are going to block on Matt's side of the field with the Ember Maw Centipede. Ember Maw Centipede is a 2-costed attack that hits really hard. So we are going to close that combat chain. Draw 2. Gain 3 life, I believe, with 3 cards in hand. The tome was played from Arsenal. So Nick able to stabilize just a little bit more, get a little bit of that life back, go up to 9 health. Matt's still at 15. Now Nick still has to find a lot of damage here. It'll be interesting to see if he also decides to leave the Asvalai up. Nick's still really thinking about this turn. Gonna have to decide exactly how he wants to proceed, exactly how he wants to put in this damage. Again, Matt being on 15 life after the sigil from last turn does make this a little bit precarious. What is he gonna do here? Exactly how is he gonna find as much damage potential as possible? And is he gonna, he has to make a decision. Is he gonna leave this Asvalai up that is representing 2 arcane damage every turn? You know, 1 from its own effect, 1 from burn them all. I don't think he wants to start pitching for arcane damage anytime soon. Now, boosting here is not as beneficial to him as it was earlier in the game because, unfortunately for Nick, he doesn't have that Teklo Pounder anymore. Nick's still really just choosing exactly how he wants to play here. He still has 2 resources floating. Looks like we are going to T-bone. He does miss the boost as well, so he only is going to have 1 action point. We are going to actually get 2 more action points this time. The high octane going to move us back to 2. That is actually a really good thing. Missing on the boost is actually kind of detrimental here because before you didn't have to worry about the induction chambers as much. If he had hit another boost card or another mechanologist card off the second boost this turn, he would have actually had extra action points, able to shoot the gun more times, investing less resources because he could have just avoided the induction chambers. Something I think Matt's just now realizing is that he could have been using the pistol or the Phantasmal Footsteps this entire game. I saw him point to it. He might have already knew, but It's just one of those things that if you haven't played Dash, especially a gun-based Dash in a long time, you forget that you can do that. I've definitely used it against my opponents. I've definitely used it against my opponents in the past, back when Prism was brand new, so... So we are going to load the Plasma Purifier. Load up the gun, have 2 floating. Looks like we're going to shoot the gun 3 times at face here. And Matt choosing to take it all. He might actually have the turn. Now I do see an Erase Face in his hand and a Chrome Eye. I don't remember exactly what Matt has arsenaled. Could be just about anything. And we are going to shoot the gun one more time. I'm guessing Matt's not going to go to 1 here. He is thinking of losing the Flame Scale Furnace, going to 2 here. Now this is where you are in a very precarious situation as the Dromai player. You better hope that you kill them this turn, because I'll tell you this is where Dash player exactly wants you to be, because it's a lot like reminiscent of the Kodachi lock that Katsu used to put out, where if you're at 1 life and you have to block with every card in your hand, it's just a matter of time before you don't have enough cards to block. They come in with something that needs to be blocked with 2 cards. The Kodachis force cards out of your hand every single turn. It's what we call the Kodachi lock. And pretty much Dash wants to do the same thing here. So kind of the gun's going to be coming in for at least 3 to 4 damage every single time, depending if you can get all those counters loaded up. So it will be interesting to see if Matt can put on enough pressure to get those cards out of Nick's hand. He did decide to keep all of it. We're going to start with the Chrome Eye. Chrome Eye coming in. We're using up our last Ash to play the Chrome Eye. So Chrome Eye, again, able to generate those extra action points when it swings. We're actually going to pitch the Erase Face. Generate another Ash. I think that is a Kyloria in his hand right now. So we are swinging with the Chrome Eye for 3 and 1. The 1 Arcane is going to move Nick down to 8. Now, something interesting here. Again, this is going to generate an extra action point no matter what, whether or not he pops it or he lets it resolve. So if he pops it, we still go to 1 action point, but we still have to deal the rest of the Ash Wings. Now, he would need 2 Phantasm Pops in his hand, Nick, that being Nick, to actually get through this turn as pretty much as unscathed as possible. I don't think that's what we have. I think Nick would have Windmill Slammed it if he had it. So that being said, it's going to be pretty harrowing here to see if Nick can actually get through this turn without dying. Here's the Kyloria. Again, we do have 2 action points here. So even if the Kyloria gets popped, which it very well might be, we still have to deal with all the Ash Wings. Now, do we have enough Ash Wings to actually deal lethal? I believe we do not. Again, that's only assuming that the Kyloria actually doesn't get popped here. So we have 5 Ash Wings, I believe. So that would only take Nick down to 3, but he still has to deal with this Kyloria hit, which is coming in for 4. So Matt still is threatening 9 damage here, which is check, if you know what I mean. So it's not like Nick can just ignore this. And Nick doesn't have any armor anymore for the rest of the game. Unless Matt decides to heal and somehow Nick falls below that amount, the Arcanite Skullcap is turned off for the rest of the game. There is, we just got the, I don't know if you guys can hear the PA system, but we do have 5 minutes left in the round. Gonna see if it is gonna hit. So actually what needs to happen here is the Kyloria actually should not have drawn a card. You have to take the item. That is something that we'll have to get through. I'll let the players know after the match is finished. So Kyloria actually does need to take the item there. I wonder what item Matt would have picked had he chosen an item. He does have to, unfortunately. So, but that being said, it doesn't matter really. We're just going to see if Nick can actually put in the work here. He's going to ignore dragons, I'd have to imagine. He has to really, I think Nick is kind of, it's like the writing on the wall, right? The game has to end here. But maybe not. Actually, I take that back. You know, if you kill... Well, actually, he played a passing Mirage. I was going to say it does have to end here. But it kind of does because you're not going to take a turn off, kill the Chromite and the passing Mirage. Leave Matt with an entire hand to deal with what you have to do. It's interesting. Especially with Matt being on 1 life. If Nick has 2 blues in hand, just the gun 3 times could be enough. You know, it's going to get some blocks out of Matt's hand. He can't use the footsteps anymore. That wouldn't be enough to stop it. He does have the Silken Form if he chose to use that. Does have 1 more block on the chest piece as well. Nick really having to decide exactly how he wants to use, which probably going to be his final turn. This has been one of the most interesting games I've ever seen. Something you don't really see in Flesh and Blood too much is look at this board state. Look at all the items on the Dash player side and look at all the dragons on the Dromide player side. Just really not something you see too often in Flesh and Blood. Typically we're just worried about the combat chain, but it looks like Nick is trepidatiously going to push that gun forward. Gonna shoot the Kyloria, I believe. The Kyloria is no more. And it looks like we're going to actually kill the Chroma as well. We are playing the long game here. So, interesting enough, if he decides to kill the passing Mirage, then Nick does have the option to actually pop a dragon and end the turn. I think Nick was like, you die here. Like, you need to block for 3. The gun's coming in for 3, not 2. So we're actually going to use the Silken Form as a replacement effect. Not going to make the dragon. Nick really hoping for a pop. He does have the maximum velocity in his hand. But Asvalai is probably the last thing he wanted to see. Now Nick can pitch for the Arcane. He does still have the Achilles Accelerator. It's coming in for 1 and 1. All he has to do is pitch a blue card just to stay alive here. He actually pitches a red. And then he says he has Passing Mirage. Yes, it's any illusionist attack. It isn't just an attack action card. It's any illusionist attack. We're going to have to block with the T-Bone. And now Matt unfortunately knows that Nick has a... It was nice that Matt let him take it back. But now Matt does know that he has a Phantasm Pop in hand. It looks like we're actually going to play another Asvalai here. We're going to force 2 cards out of Nick's hand. Coming in for 2 and 1 Arcane. Saw blood on... There was a little bit of blood in the water when we saw that we pitched a red for the Arcane. And yes, we are going to pop that one. We are going to go to the next turn. Now, we were able to stop all the arcane. Unfortunately for Nick, he does not have... Unfortunately for Nick, he does not have any cards. Nick is turn 0 here. And it looks like we might actually end in a 1-1 draw. Yeah, unfortunately, it was still Matt's turn. So if the players play where the Matt was turn 0, unfortunately for Nick, he did just drop this, so this should be a draw. It looks like Matt's hand is kind of unplayable. I mean, he does have the Billowing Mirage. So if that's a red Billowing Mirage, then yes, this hand is not too bad. But without having any Ash, he can't actually summon the Vincericais. So this is time and round. I do believe Matt is turn 1. So we are going to play the red Billowing Mirage. The red Billowing Mirage is going to come in for 3. And Nick does not have a pop in hand, so he is going to take the game. So Matt will actually win round number 1. Dash does go down. Matt is going to go on to be 1-0. Nick is going to be 0-1, but there's still 3 more rounds of Swiss to go. We do have 4 rounds cut to a top 4 today. That being said, that round went all the way to time. I'm going to take a short break. We'll be back very shortly with round number 2. Don't go anywhere. Invite your friends. Tell everyone about it. See if we can get the room up to double digits. Start talking in chat. Love to have you guys here. And thank you for watching so far. We will be right back with round number 2. Coming shortly. All right, welcome back to round number 2 here at the Haven CC Armory event. Yes, Clever Sighted, if that's how you say your name. Yes, this is a CC Armory stream. We are out here every single Saturday. The first week of the month is Blitz, and the last 3 weeks are going to be all Classic Constructed. This is our first week of 3 in a row of Classic Constructed. We'll probably take a break, not next week, but the week after because of Nationals. We're all US based. This is a store in Florida. We're all super hyped for Nationals. A lot of us are actually qualified, so we're going to be out there playing at Nationals. We're going to have some, videos coming on the main channel for that. A lot of that stuff, try to make some videos, some content out of Nationals, see exactly what the vendors got going on, how we do at the tournament. Super excited for that. So I'm glad to have you here. Glad to get back into this game. We have a OG matchup for you guys today. Dorinthia versus Bravo. Jamie's been on this Bravo for quite a while. It is a bit aggressive compared to other Bravos we've seen in the past. This is kind of where Bravo has gotten to at this point in the meta, using the tectonic plating, using the Crown of Providence, using the Goliath, or not the Goliath Gauntlet, the Crater Fist, and those boots. Very defensive, very armor heavy for this Dorinthia deck. And James has talked to me about this deck. He is going very heavy into the attack reaction kind of side of it. He wants to do a lot of attack reacting. He wants to make his opponent make bad choices, make bad decisions by having to block with a card from hand. Lots of naked Dawnblades, not front-loaded Dawnblades like we've seen in the past. Going to be interesting to see exactly how this one shakes out. Typically, Guardian in the past has had a bit of a good Dory matchup just because they play so many D-Reacts, or at least can play so many D-Reacts. They are able to play a lot of those cards from the arsenal, not turning on Reprise, but James has actually said that I'm pretty sure a Bravo made top 4 in France today. I'm not sure of the build. Also, the Love and Benjamin, love to have you here. Thanks for the chat. But yeah, awesome. Yeah, I love seeing a top 4 in France. Oh, also, yeah, there's a lot of nationals going on today, right? So I think we have Australia. I think we have France. There's a couple more. I'm really interested to see the actual deck lists that come out of that. See if that shapes up the meta a little bit differently going forward. But here we are, gonna get started. Let's see who won the die roll. Gonna start us off. Is it gonna be Bravo or is it gonna be Dash? Oh, funny enough, both these players have the Marvel heroes. That's how much of a truther they are. We are in Florida. We did not get these history packs. They went out and got them. That's how much they love these heroes. Love this game. Ready to go. So it looks like James is actually going to start us off with exactly what I was mentioning before. A Dawnblade that doesn't have anything behind it. Just 3 damage coming in. 1 floating. And Jamie just going to overblock the hell out of it. Just blocking for 9. Saying, hey, this is the first turn of the game. I'm not letting you get any sneaky damage in. But it looks like... it looks like James is actually eyeing up doing something here. He could have something like a Twinning Blade and a Go Again card, something to let it get around this heavy block, but it looks like we're not doing so. We are just going to arsenal a card, move on to the next turn. We did get a few cards out of Jamie's hand. The only hope is that we got something of value out of that opening hand, but it looks like Jamie held on to a Spinal Crush. That Spinal Crush could come down and pretty much ruin Dorinthia's day. She doesn't have pretty much any way that I know of to generate actual action points. Typically it's going to almost always be Go Again, but it looks like we're pitching the Spinal Crush. Going to create a Seismic Surge token. That's going to reduce our cost of our next Bravo Guardian attack by 1 next turn, but it looks like we're just going to swing the hammer for 6 damage. We did actually have to pitch pretty heavily here. We did pitch away a Pummel, we pitched away the Spinal Crush, and we pitched away Arouse the Ancients. That could be a bit of pitch stacking if we think we're going to get to that second cycle here. I do know that Jamie is playing Showtime, so sometimes that pitch stack doesn't necessarily matter. James is going to block that out with one of those new cards, that Glistening Steel Blade. Probably one of the strongest additions Dory has got. He actually had 2 in hand. He has to pitch away another one. It is probably one of those strongest additions that Dory has got in recent memory. Giving the weapon go again and a Dawnblade counter just for hitting every time that turn, insane. If you can get that to connect, it's just really good. And we actually see James is actually going to just Razor Reflex this Dawnblade up to 6. I would have liked to see if he waited for the Staunch Response to come out before, but maybe it is good that we got it out of Arsenal. You know, Razor Reflex is not the attack reaction. We're so worried about making sure it has good value. If we're able to bait out those Staunch Responses and save, you know, our really good attack reactions for something like an Overpower or something like a Rout or even a Glint the Quicksilver, something along that effect, then maybe we actually were able to, you know, that's one less unmovable, one less Staunch Response, those things, one less Staunch Response that we have to get through. That being said, we do have a Bravo activation, which is going to make the Spinal Crush go up to 9. Go up to 9 and have Dominate, so James can only block with 1 card from hand. He does have a Sink Below. He has to get to the point where this is doing 3 or less so that he can have a turn. So he could block with a Sink Below and a piece of armor, going up to 6 block total. He is unfortunately ahead by 1 life, so it would have to be with the gloves to get the Sink Below effect. We actually are going to have the Oasis Respite into a Sink Below. Now we did have to give... I don't know if I necessarily agree with giving up the boots here to block 1 more damage, but we did block pretty much all of it, not taking anything. We could have saved those boots for a later time, unless he's planning on actually using those boots this turn, which could happen. But I know something that he's been working on is not using the boots, or not ever blocking with the boots, and then you use them and it feels like you kind of gave up 1 life, right? So we do have the Tunic counter up to 3. That's going to be a big boost for us going into this if we can. So we're going to pitch away the Out for Blood. Looks like it was a blue Out for Blood, so we have 2 resources floating. We have the 3 from the Dawnblade. If it hits, we can use the Refraction Bolters to give it go again. We still have that card in Arsenal and a resource floating. Jamie does not have a card in the Arsenal, so there is a chance that if we had any kind of reprise effect or threatening something bigger, we could have kept going, but it looks like we actually chose not to pop the Refraction Bolters. Jamie did take 3 there, go to 36, gonna make another Seismic Surge counter. Pitch the Last Ditch Effort. That is not a card I've seen in any recent memory in a list. I wonder if that was actually in those French lists that we were talking about that someone brought up. That Banjo Man actually brought up, but it looks like we are gonna block with the Sink Below here. Another Sink Below, so we're able to switch out a card if we choose to, but it looks like we're not going to. We actually have another Oasis Respite. I really like this heavy defensive list that we're seeing on the Dory side. I kind of just wish that we would have saved a lot of those cards, you know, for things like attack reactions. You know, Jamie has a lot of pummels. You can bait out those pummels and actually use those Oasis Respites, use those defense reacts that, you know, Jamie might not have been expecting. You know, a lot of decks aren't carrying those cards with them, but obviously James is, so it just would have been nice to see exactly what, or see that he would have held on to them and try to bait out those pummels. You know, a lot of times you think you're coming with the pummel, you're like, oh, I got him this time, and then they Oasis Respite it or Sink Below or something like that, and it can just be pretty devastating. But here we see another Staunch Response, so we're just going to have to chew through these as much as we can as the Dory player. We actually have the Stroke of Foresight. I think it's been quite a while, but it doesn't have Reprise, but it is going to come in for another 3, and Jamie has another Defense React. The Fate Foreseen, going to opt that top card. Oh, so the Dauntless does cost 1 more. I think we had to pitch for it, so... That being said, Seismic Surge is going to pop. Not going to get any value out of that Seismic Surge. Just going to be a hammer for 4. If I'm James, I think I take this hammer for 4 all day long. It's the least threatening thing that Jamie's done all game, outside of blocking. But James is looking to keep his life total high. You know, sometimes the Bravo player can come kind of out of nowhere and start doing a Zealous Belting into like a Crippling Crush, something crazy like that. But we're actually going to give one of our power cards, I think, which is a Red Warrior's Valor. Warrior's Valor has been such a staple in these Dorinthia decks for so long. Looks like we're going to pitch the... we had another Red Warrior's Valor into another +3 attack. Gonna bring the Dawnblade to 9 damage. 9 damage, threatening go again if it hits. However, we are at the point now where Jamie's gonna have to block with hand if he wants to block all of it. I do think James is actually out of cards though. So we're not really threatening any kind of crazy attack reaction or anything like that. We did chew through another Staunch Response, another armor block. Just going to have to get through all of it. We're going to have to get to that late game where those armor blocks are gone and pretty much all the defense reactions have been used up. And Jamie actually had another Sink Below. I think this is pretty telling to me. I would guess that the card in Arsenal is another defense reaction. So that's something, if you're James, you have to kind of be paying attention and say like, oh, he pitched a D-React just to make a Seismic Surge token, and he kept the other card to Arsenal it. So that tells me that's probably a pretty heavy defense reaction here. So we are going to play another Sharpened Steel into another Warrior's Valor, pretty much the same turn as last turn. Going to be coming in again for what I think is 9 damage. Now we do know that there is probably, if I had to guess, if I had to put money on it, I would put money that the card in the Arsenal for the Bravo player is a defense reaction. I'm only going off the fact that he he pitched away a Sink Below to Arsenal that card. So it'll be interesting here. I don't think the defense react is enough to stop all of this, and he's really thinking, am I going to have to either use armor again or actually block with cards in my hand? This is a huge attack coming from the Dorinthia player. Now it looks like it was actually a blue Warrior's Valor. So it is coming in for 7 instead of that 9 that I mentioned before. But 7 damage is still a breakpoint. Still probably going to have to give up either. And we're actually going to take all of it. That's pretty scary if you're the Dory player. So the Dawnblade is going to come in again for 3 more damage, threatening a counter on hit this time. Yep, 3 more damage, threatening that on-hit counter. Looks like Jamie's actually going to choose to block this one. And luckily for Jamie, James does not actually have a card that can punish just the armor block. So instead of a D-React in that Arsenal slot, it looks like it might actually be something like a Crippling Crush if I had to guess. But we do have a Rouse the Ancients as well. And this is kind of what I was talking about, where the Bravo player can kind of come out of nowhere. So we are going to Rouse the Ancients here. Rouse the Ancients says it wants you to reveal attacks with 13 or more damage. So he was able to fulfill that condition. If you do, it gains 7 attack and go again. So now we have the Rouse the Ancients with 7 attack and go again. Dory going to have to... And we actually have... So this is where... It's kind of bait, right? Unfortunately, if you're the Dory player, I think you have to, you take these all day long, right? And you're assuming that something bigger is coming. If you're Jamie, you're really happy to see this. But really, actually, not that bad. It's just going to be a Hammer Swing. Now, you could have got an extra point of damage in here if you had saved the defense react on the warrior side. But James actually has another one and is actually going to ping Jamie for 1 more. So not as big of a turn as I had thought from Jamie, considering he took that entire Dawnblade swing from the prior turn. James going to pitch a Glint the Quicksilver, take up the Tunic afterwards, and actually just swing Dawnblade in for 3 damage. Nothing behind it again. Just 3 damage, no go again currently, but you know, we always have those refraction bolters that we can use. Jamie actually going to use a sink below from hand. Does James actually have a reprise card to punish? And no, he doesn't. But again, we are chewing through these D-reacts as much as we can. James still has a pretty decent life total lead here, 38 to 28. Looks like we are just pitching a blue pummel just to swing the hammer. Coming in for 4 damage. We did not make a Seismic Surge token. James thinking about blocking with the Iron Song response. Now you know. Now Jamie knows that he has it, so it's kind of like incentive enough to already kind of block with it. I do see another Fate Foreseen in Jamie's hand. Again, this is just how Bravo can kind of pivot into this more control-y matchup. He's trying to make the Dory run out of gas. This is kind of like the reason early on, maybe like in crew format when I was playing back then, is you would play Dory and it would just chew up new players. It would just, they don't know how to block it properly. But once you get a more veteran player, not even like, doesn't have to be the best player, just someone more veteran, knows what's going on here, they can kind of start arsenaling that D-react, arsenaling, just over blocking when they need to, not letting the Dory kind of get through, and then running them out of gas. And then, you know, 1 for 3 on Dawnblade is a really good rate, but when that's all they're doing and they don't threaten go again, it's not very good, especially late game if they're running out of those gas cards. So here we see the Dauntless into a weapon swing. It is a blue Dauntless, so D-reacts do cost 1 more for the turn. So we know that he's going to have to pitch if he wants to play that Arsenal Fate Foreseen. And I think that's exactly what we're going to see here. Actually an Oasis Respite, which is not a D-react, but interesting addition here. You know, getting even more tools to block damage is that Oasis Respite. We actually have an Out for Blood, but even though that's not defending with a card from hand, it's still going to buff this over the Oasis Respite. Respite? I've heard both. So we actually have another D-react. We are not letting this Dawnblade hit if we can help it. Again, James is having to pump all these cards into his Dawnblade to try to get damage through, and Jamie is just not letting it happen, using as many cards as he can just to block and bait out those attack reactions. And then Jamie just gonna pass back, draw up to his hand size, and James has another crack at it. Can he get through all this defense that Jamie has? There's just been so many D-reacts, you just have to chew through them. It would be interesting to see if James teched in something like a Remembrance or something along those lines. Dory back in the day, again, versus Bravo, would actually use a Remembrance in case they were trying to fatigue them or if the Dory was just running out of gas. You know, you only have so many reds that you can play. So here we see another Dauntless into a Dawnblade swing for 6. Gonna make those D-reacts cost 1 more. Looks like we are actually going to pitch into our D-react. It is going to be a Staunch Response now. Crazy enough, Staunch Response does actually only cost 2, despite being a pretty heavy D-react. Costing 2, it does have an additional cost you can activate to actually make it a heavier block. However, we're not choosing to do that due to the attack speed from Dauntless, so this is going to actually use up all of our resources. But will James actually try to get over? Looks like we're actually going to pitch, go up to 2 resources and go to Route. So Route is just going to add damage here. It's just going to make it a 9. Not going to bounce back the Staunch. James finally like, oh, I got some damage in. I'm going to definitely take advantage of it. We're going to crack the Refraction Bolters. Going to reset the chain. And it looks like we might actually just be going in with the Dawnblade swing. Now, I do believe the Dauntless actually eats up... Or, I'm sorry, I do believe the Dauntless actually applies its effect for the turn. And not just the next Dawnblade swing. I believe the buff is just for the turn, or just for the one swing, but I think the D-React effect is for the turn. So here we are. We're going to actually use the Braveforge Bracers, buffing the Dawnblade by 1. James coming in for 4 more damage. And Jamie kind of not liking what's in his hand. Kind of doesn't like how many D-Reacts he's already used up. And James actually sitting on a card in hand still. And Jamie is actually going to block for 6 here, I believe. Or actually 7. James is going to arsenal that last card. 7 is that magic number. You know, blocking from the break point was coming in for 4. Most attack reactions buffed by 3. So really smart on Jamie's side of the field there to block exactly enough to where getting the not being able to get attack reacted and get that counter actually on Dawnblade. So we're going to pitch the Steelblade Shunt. Steelblade Supremacy coming down. One of the big power cards for Dory. Her specialization. Going to buff the next weapon swing by 2. And every single time the Dawnblade hits, it will draw a card as well. Nothing else behind it. Going to hope that Jamie actually starts blocking with more and more cards, but maybe not. Jamie is still down by 10 life. James has only taken 3 life total. 3 damage. There's only so many defense reactions you can play in this game. I think Jamie's chewed through quite a bit of them. Still deciding how we want to block this. Jamie does not want to let things start getting hit. It's kind of like where Jamie has to be thinking there's some version of go again behind this card. You're not going to play the Steelblade Supremacy into a not go again card. There's just no way that you're thinking 5 damage is good enough. It would be interesting to see if it's something like an overpower where if Jamie does decide to block from hand, that the overpower, you'd have to pitch to play the overpower if that was in your arsenal, and then you would draw a card just to arsenal it, which isn't like the worst thing in the world. It is Glistening Steel Blade is in James's hand. It's not one of the best cards, I think, for this matchup. I think it's going to be pitched a lot more often than not. James really deciding exactly how he wants to go in with Dory here. He's going to actually pitch the potion, play the Glistening Steel Blade, play the Iron Song or the Warrior's Valor, kind of doubling up the go again threats here, but 6 damage. I don't know if I like this play too much. I probably would have just played the Warrior's Valor. The Glistening Steel Blade, I probably would have saved it for my arsenal. I don't think it does much for you here because there's no way in hell that Jamie lets this hit. Yeah, blocking for 6 here. Again, if you kept the card in hand, maybe Jamie blocks a little bit differently. Maybe something a little bit, bait out something else because now you're not threatening anything. You don't have that card in arsenal. You have to wonder just how many defense reactions are left in the deck for Jamie. There's just been so many, and it's wondering when they're going to actually be able to put on pressure on Dorinthia. 37 life. At some point, we do actually have to kill our opponent. Otherwise, it's going to be a draw. These players both have been playing at a pretty decent pace, but if you're just playing not to lose, you're going to end up kind of losing anyway due to a draw. So we are going to swing the Dawnblade here. 6 damage. Again, no go again threatened, but we do have a card, 2 cards in hand still. I wonder if Jamie's actually deciding, like, maybe I should take this one. I mean, we do have 2 cards in hand as the Dorinthia player, but we don't have any resources floating. It will be interesting to see if Jamie decides to block with any cards from hand, threatening reprise triggers. Something we haven't seen from James, I do believe he plays it, is actually red overpower. It looks like he's lining up to block here 4-6, kind of threatening, or kind of, maybe giving up your hand a little bit, just showing that, like, hey, I have a D-react. This is an out for blood, gonna make it 9. Again, no go again being threatened here. And Jamie just giving up the staunch response. If I'm Jamie, I'm waiting till I see something with go again come down. If it's just 3 damage I'm taking, he doesn't have the refraction bolters anymore. I'm waiting to see if he gives it go again somehow. Some kind of attack reaction to give it go again before I play that staunch response. And it looks like we're just going to make a Seismic Surge token. Yep, that go again needs to come down in my opinion. 100%, yeah. If it's just 3 damage at that point, I'm not blowing the staunch response on that. Especially when you have it in Arsenal ready to go, you can definitely bait out another, like, a card out of the Warrior's hand. This is going to be a game of attrition we've already seen. Yeah, I have to really wonder exactly how many D-reacts. I haven't been keeping track too well. I know it's been a lot of staunch responses. I think we've seen all 3 Oasis respites. Definitely seen a handful of Fate Foreseens and Sink Belows. It's been quite a bit. You have to wonder just how many does the Guardian have left. This Guardian list has been pretty aggressive in the past. I think I just see all attacks in his hand right now. So he does have that new aura out of Everfest as well. So Dawnblade coming in for 4, gonna let it hit. Looks like Jamie's done playing the waiting game. This does have go again, not turning on reprise or anything. Dawnblade again for 3 here, but we didn't actually use the Brave Forge bracers. I think if I'm James, I'm kind of thinking about threatening again. It looks like we just have another buff going up to 6 damage. Gonna get the Dawnblade counter for the first time. Let's go. Dawnblade counter on the field. That means this turn better be nuts from Jamie. I do see a Crippling Crush. Does he have the play? It looks like we're just gonna Bravo into a Crippling Crush. Will this be the corner to be able to be turned here? The Seismic Surge did lower the Crippling Crush by 1, making it a 6 costed attack, 11 damage with Dominate. Jamie finally saying, hey, I want to get on the board here. I want to level out this game just a little bit. Now, Crippling Crush, pretty crazy in the sense that, like, we actually have the Steel Blade Shunt. If we have the Steel Blade Shunt, that is going to be... And the D-React from Arsenal... And with the armor block, that's 3. That's going to be 9. And then we have another Sink Below. Looks like we're not going to sink. James is able to keep 3 cards in hand. Don't know if I would have gone that heavy with the blocking again. Just because, again, this is going to be a game of attrition. You know, little victories here. Little bits of value. Something to think about going in future matches. We are going to pitch the blue Iron Song response, swing the Dawnblade for 4 with 2 cards in hand, 2 resources floating. And this is where, if you're Jamie, this is very precarious because you only have cards in hand, no card in arsenal. Again, those D-Reacts must be getting pretty low as well. Looks like we're lining up a 2-card block, which would most likely be 6. We do have another Sink Below in hand, which is the... We have the Iron Sun response, going to go up to 7, getting over for 1. Are you going to blow that Sink Below on a 1 damage attack? You kind of have to, but we will have to see. Will James actually have something to counter this? You know, currently we're blocking for 10 total, coming in for 7. If James has some way to either route or get over this, he does not. He's going to Arsenal that last card, but again, not the greatest trade if you're Jamie, unfortunately, because... You had to give up a Sink Below for essentially what was 1 damage. I know it actually prevented more damage than that, but, you know, you're not feeling good using a Sink Below stopping 1 more point of damage. Tuning going up to 2. We're back to James's side of the field. He's going to swing the Dawnblade most likely after, yep, just swinging the Dawnblade. You know, heavy attack reaction list. It is making his opponents think out here. I love this list. I think with a little bit of tuning and a little bit of practice, this list could actually be something to really think about going forward. You know, Dorinthia has kind of fallen off out of the meta. There's been a few truthers, you know. Fluke and Box on YouTube has talked a lot about Dorinthia. He's taken Dorinthia to like every event he's ever been to, I think. You know, a bunch of... Dorinthia was my original hero that I played. That's the deck I learned how to play Flesh and Blood with. And of course, James here was able to go all out and get that Dorinthia Marvel. And I'm just really excited to see what Dorinthia can do. Also, I hope we get that like Super Saiyan Dorinthia that we were talking about in when the lore came out, the most recent lore about Solana that had Dorinthia in it, and she just kind of went crazy and went insane in a good way, like very strong. And I need to learn what this card is because I have not seen it before. And it's making Dawnblade come in for 6, and I think it has go again. Stroke of Foresight going to come in for another 3, and Jamie is almost down by 30 life, 29 life differential here. James deciding to keep 1 card in hand. I think he hasn't actually played a Glint the Quicksilver all game. He's just pitched them. So they are coming up, and that is one of the stronger cards to have late game, especially if James is playing Twinning Blade, something I haven't seen either. And so let's see what Jamie decided to keep. So he decided to keep for a Crippling Crush. Pitching 2 blues and a red, so not threatening a pummel. One of those cards pitched was a pummel itself. Looks like James does not have any of those D-Reacts that has gotten him out of this situation in past turns. One of those things I was saying, if you had kept one of those, you might have it right now, but unfortunately not having it. But good for him. He doesn't have to worry about Bravo dominating this attack. It is just 11, so you do have the option to defend as much as you can from it. Jamie is only on 8 life, getting low here. He has to be getting low on defense reactions. Looks like James is actually thinking about taking 11 here, taking the crush effect. Should that be the case? Sometimes you just do it. You go to 26 here. You're still quite far ahead. He leaves you with 2 random cards, but it looks like that's not what we're going to do. We're just going to block for 9, take 2, keep our life total pretty high. Tunic is going to go to 3. Looks like we're going to pitch, swing the Dawnblade for 3. Was thinking about playing that card from Arsenal. I'm really curious to see what it is. Is it something that front loads Dawnblade? And if Jamie's about to give up 2 cards blocking this Dawnblade, you are ecstatic as James. Again, this is a game of attrition. This is a long game at this point. We are trying to value our opponent. We didn't lose any cards in our deck. All we did was pitch for Dawnblade, and Jamie gave up 2 just to swing, or just to block and not take damage there. But here's a Spinal Crush. This is where the deck can kind of turn the corner. If this Spinal Crush lands, that's another detrimental effect where the Dorinthia does not get go again. We're just gonna block with 2 cards. Pretty normal there. They are both overpowers, which could have ended the game. Overpower, especially double overpower. If you have the resources, you have the tunic. We've seen potions. He could have, swung Dawnblade, waited for that block from hand. Double overpower, GG. I haven't seen a defense reaction in Jamie's hand in quite some time. I think we have chewed through quite a bit of them. I think we're almost out. Jamie going to take a look at that grave, see what you got working with here. I'd be curious to know exactly what attack reactions he's counting, or if he's just counting all of them. I do know James has pretty much made this deck almost entirely attack reactions, and we've seen it. Not so many of the front-loading cards, but a decent amount. Still Warrior's Valor, still Steelblade Supremacy, things like that. A lot of the good ones, a lot of the ones we know and love, but really focusing on those attack reactions. Something else I've noticed, not a whole ton of reprise. We do have some of it, but not a lot. We're actually just really focusing on just pushing damage as much as possible. Would have liked to see him save that route from earlier too. A lot of times that route can just be a game ender. Something I think I have not seen from James either is actually a Singing Steelblade. Maybe I've just missed it, but it looks like he might have cut that card, which is very interesting. I think Singing Steelblade into a route is just how Dory can finish so many games. They finally have to block from hand. Singing Steelblade, go fetch route a card, GG, take it home. Gonna block with a card from hand, gonna use the tunic, gonna overpower, adding 6, gonna bring this up to 9, taking Jamie down to 2 life. That was a huge play coming from James. No go again threatened, but the overpower coming down, taking Jamie to 2 life. Can Jamie find some way to claw his way back into this one? He's going to need some really detrimental effects to come down. I don't see it. I do see a Tear Asunder. Tear Asunder into a Hammer Swing can be pretty bad. The only problem with Tear Asunder, I think, is that the person who gets hit by the Tear Asunder actually gets to choose the 2 cards they discard. So while this gives the hammer Dominate, it is going to be coming in for 7 damage and Dominate. So we are going to block for 3. If we have a D-React in Arsenal, don't think we do. Oh, so unfortunately it does have Dominate, so he's going to have to only block with 1 card. So if he wants to do that, he can actually block with a piece of armor and then still Steelblade Shunt him, take him down to 1 life. So yeah, if I'm James, I give up that last piece of armor on the gloves. And I Steelblade Shunt this all day long. Take him down to 1. Hopefully you find the last Steelblade Shunt. Really funny way to end the game, but you can end the game that way. And actually it turns out James is actually going to just take it. Just take that damage. Not too worried about it. Only reason I would have given up the gloves, it's pretty much the same card economy. You gave up 2 cards. You do get to preserve the gloves in case any other kind of more detrimental effects, but I think taking Jamie down to 1 just feels really good. As the Dory player, they're always in threatened of like Steel Blade Shunt, something like that. Jamie's going to block with 2 cards again. Are we going to be able to get over? It looks like we're going to stroke a Foresight into what I think is a Razor Reflex. Coming in for 9. Looks like we are going to get the Sink Below. That has to be the last Sink Below in the deck. Both decks are getting pretty thin here. Haven't heard the 10-minute warning go off quite yet. Jamie's going to swing the hammer for 4. If I'm James, I'd take 4 all day long. I'm not giving up cards for this. Yep, going to 21 here. Is James going to move to 2-0? Is this the game where he gets to get over the Bravo matchup? I see another Fate Foreseen. And every time I think they're gone, another one appears. Looks like we are just going to swing Dawnblade. Again, nothing behind it. No front-loaded damage. Just 3 cards in hand. 2 resources floating. A lot of mind games here. But just how many more defense reactions can Jamie have? Again, every time I think they're gone, they just pop up more and more and more. Looks like we're going to block with 2 cards here. Blocking for 5 with the Pummel and the Spinal Crush. And we actually are going to route one back to hand. Now, I know Jamie actually has the Fate Foreseen in hand. Otherwise, this would be game. And now if you're thinking you're James, you have to be thinking like, oh my god, I was so close. But if he has 1 more buff card, does he have any way to buff this attack? Can he make it go to 3 more? No, he doesn't have it. Jamie narrowly escaping death again. Looks like we're just going to pitch to make a Seismic Surge token and Arsenal. Nope, we're just going to swing the hammer. Coming in for 6. Again, if I'm James, I think I'm taking this. Oh, Steel Blade Shunt. If he had shunted the last one, this would have been game. But Jamie is on 1. I don't know if there's any shunts left in the deck, but Jamie has to be worried about them. James does go up to 3 on the Tunic. And just a Dawnblade swing again for 3. Card in hand, card in arsenal. Any damage at this point is lethal on Jamie. He is at 1 life. 1 life to 19. Dorinthia has been kind of in charge of this game the entire time. Gonna ask to see if... pretty much sure he's gonna count Steel Blade Shunts. Let's see if he pauses on them. Or exactly what attack reacts he decides to pause on. Sees the 3 overpowers. Just really kind of counting them up. This is a pivotal moment in this game. You want to keep enough cards where you can put on pressure, but if you just fully block, you didn't really do anything. You went down -4 cards, and James just pitched. Looks like we're going to block with 3 cards. If there's a Twinning Blade anywhere in here, this could be the game as well. Looks like we're going to block for 9 here. And it looks like James is okay with that. You know, again, you gave up 3 cards. I gave up none. You're just going to swing your hammer or arsenal the card. Seismic Surge will pop here. Looks like we're going to Remembrance. Now, Remembrance, be very clear, Remembrance cannot get back defense reactions. Only actions can be shuffled back into the deck. Going to be interesting what he chooses here. We're going to pick the Spinal. And if I had to guess, it would be some Terra Sunders, something to that effect. Maybe another Spinal. I know there's one in there towards the beginning of the game. So 2 Spinals. What's the 3rd card going to be? If it were me, I think I'd pick Terra Sunder. That's another card that can kind of get you back into the game. It is a block 3. It's a blue card. Oh, we're trying to really get back into this game. 2 Spinals and a Crippling Crush going back into the deck. This really feels like a game of old, kind of those early days of we actually are playing the remembrance here. Does James have it? You need to find 1 point of damage here. He must have a buff that he could play beforehand, but he's still deciding. 3 damage from Dawnblade. I see the overpower in his hand. I see a glint, I believe. Says you can look through the grave one more time. I think I see a route too. A route and an overpower could definitely be the end of this game. If he's able to play them all. I don't know if he has enough resources. But I think he does actually. If he plays he has 2 resources floating. I believe that's the cost of route. And then if the other card is a blue in his hand, he can definitely play the overpower. Because he has, I think he has it. I mean, he can play the overpower because he has the counter on Tunic. And Jamie gonna block with 3 cards, blocking for 9. I do think that James will get this. Oh, we're actually gonna play the glint. I don't know if we should have played the glint there. If the cards that I saw in his hand were correct, I think he had the game. Another glint. Those are the glints we were pitching. I think I can't really see the cards in his hand. I really do believe that's a route in his hand. But even just an overpower, adding 4 and then any other attack reaction that adds 3 would definitely win the game here. I don't know if he saw the line. Iron Song response, gonna buff it to 3. We're up to 6 damage. We still gotta get over 9. Oh, it's just a blue Iron Song response, only going to 4 there. And that's all she wrote for that turn. If the overpower and the route were in hand, he had the game, but I don't know if that was actually route. I did for sure see the overpower. And Jamie just gonna pass. James has another crack at it. Still has the Tunic counter. Can James front load enough damage here to actually get through? We are pretty much in this fight where it's just all blues coming in. And James really there must be a card that James has that like can be used ahead of time. Oh, and it's the nourishing emptiness. 6 damage dominate. He doesn't have it. Just that is enough. Just that is enough, and James will take the game off a nourishing emptiness for 6 and dominate. That does win the game. There it is. James is going up to 2-0. Jamie will fall to 1-1. Amazing play from Dorinthia. Amazing play from Bravo. Just really had to get through the game. James did have another Steel Blade Shunt in Arsenal for the weapon. Don't think Jamie was going to ever swing the weapon again this game. But that was amazing. I'm going to take a break. My voice definitely needs it. If you can, please share this stream around. Let's get more people talking in chat. That was an amazing game from Dorinthia, finishing it off with the nourishing emptiness for the win. Crazy stuff. Able to get the Dawnblade counter. I love this deck. I want to see more of what Dorinthia can do. Hopefully it makes it to top 4 and we'll be able to feature it one more time. That being said, stick around. Also, this is a great stream to watch. If there's any nationals going on, make sure you come. If they we may be on camera when they happen to be on break, and vice versa. Just to make sure you share this around and get this around to as many people as possible. We're out here every single Saturday showing what we can, bringing our locals to you with commentary. If you like the commentary, let me know. If you don't like it, let me know. Let me know what I can change or do better. That being said, we're going to move to the Be Right Back screen, like I said, and come to round number 3 very soon. turn it still. There you go.
Does it say the round on here? No?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome to round 3 of our tournament today. We have a switch up in the voice here, so this is not AJ. This is Nick, also with Team Adventure Co.
Hey.
Back at it again. Happy to be back at the Haven, slinging some cards. So today, for round 3, we've got Tom versus Nick. So Nick, not me, Nick Del Sol, we got on the left is on Bolton, Raiden Bolton. So we're not going to see any combo Bolton today. And then on the right, we've got Dromai. We had a few Dromais come out today. Tom is doing very well today. I believe these are both undefeated. I believe they're both 3-0 right now. So guaranteed to be probably in top 4. But we'll see. We have one more round after this, so we'll see what the cut ends up looking like. So we see that there's still some siding decisions being made by Tom there. Raiden Bolton, definitely a scary deck. I think in this meta, it actually, the ability to like side into the sabers and maybe some different matchups is also a cool option to have. But Raiden Bolton, very strong. It is sometimes dependent on like 4 or 5 card hands, but those 4 or 5 card hands can threaten so much damage, and not just damage but also just value, with the fact that Soul can be used for things like a massive attack reaction and Beacon of Victory, or things like the Cataclysm, Celestial Cataclysm, which is 7 go again, which just to banish 3 cards from your Soul, you get 7 go again, is really, really strong. So we're going to see Bolton race in here. We're going to see him going really fast. A lot of go agains, attack reactions. Raiden 0 for 3 is really good, not having to pay for anything. When I used to play Bolton, one of my favorite decks, just when the turns you don't have to pitch are ideal. So really the only card you ever really want to pitch for is Take Flight. Outside of that, you kind of just want your entire turn to be free. So we'll see what spice Nick might have in his deck. Things like, I used to play Snatch in my deck. You can actually search that off of Beacon of Victory, which is kind of cool. So you can like Beacon of Victory, banish, then give your attack go again, search for Snatch, and then play that afterwards. And then Bolton's ability is live, so if they block with an attack, it actually goes from 4 to 5, which is really nice. So we'll see what kind of route Tom decides to go. Dromai very much is a mid-range deck through and through. I know Tom has some defensive options in there. I think he was playing things like Oasis Respite. We've got Sink Belows, and those will be helpful. The more things that aren't attack actions that you block with are definitely very useful in this matchup, because if anyone's unaware, when you block an attack against Bolton, if Bolton has charged that turn, the attack gets +1. So that can help certain things like those cards that draw you cards, like Snatch and others, to actually go over and give you their triggers. So we see Tom has Sigil and Dominia. Dominia, really strong card. We're probably going to see that pitched. It probably is not going to come up just because his hand doesn't look good enough to actually play it. So we'll see. Depends. Yeah, so we're going to see the pitch for Furnace. We're going to get an Ash here after playing the Sigil. Sigil is so strong in Dromai, just giving you go again whenever. We see Tom actually on Tome of Fyendel. So he straight up Arsenal that, really strong. Especially when you get a Chromai like we just saw him draw, which is pretty crazy that we see this combo already going to come up. So with Chromai, as long as it's not popped, Tome of Fyendel just becomes I get to draw 2 cards because you have 2 action points. So Tom is definitely going to be playing towards that next turn, I assume. So we see, like I mentioned, the one card we really want to pay for in Bolton is Take Flight. So this is a, I believe it's a blue Take Flight. Yeah, so got the charge. Then we have a, it's been so long, but this is a 5 go again, and then we see Nick holding up a dice saying this might be 6. So this card's really good. Just if you've charged, it gets go again, and it's a 1 for 5. 1 for 5 go again, very strong. So we see, I believe he pitched a yellow, and so that allowed him to play Take Flight, pay 1 for this, and then we're going to see Raiden come in for 3. He's going to take 5, going to take 3 more. The Sigil helping last turn to kind of stymie some of that damage. So Tom is only net 7 from when we started down, but he gets to keep his whole hand. So we see him start with the Chromai. There we go. So there is the Chromai, and now we're going to see, I believe, the Tome, or we're going to see the swing. So now he is at 2 action points. So we're going to see pitch, Tome, and then we're going to draw 2, heal 4, which is very strong. Tom also is starting with some blues early on, which is nice for things like this. No Ash though, so his hand is very dragon heavy. We're probably going to see him like maybe Furnace or play Rake for just Ash so he can get like another dragon out. Because once you're able to have 2 dragons out, Bolton has to spend the entire turn killing all the dragons, or they're going to ignore them, or they're only getting rid of 1 and you get to keep 1 for your turn. So I think Tom's goal is going to be to get out more than 1 dragon. So yeah, we're going to see the Furnace, so we're going to have an Ash. We're going to go up to 3 resources, I believe. We're going to use our Ash probably for, I'm going to assume a Kyloria. It's definitely the strongest option here. Oh, Necria, okay. Didn't see that one. This is definitely the correct play. Against decks that are trying to race you, getting Ash and having and keeping Ash can definitely be difficult when you're trying to race them and just at least keep advantage and tempo over them. Necria is such a good card for that. It has a bunch of health, so often against decks like Ninja or Bolton, it takes multiple attacks to actually get it dead. But we see one benefit of playing Bolton is you do have access to these just in-deck poppers in Bolting Blade, I believe that's called, and then also Celestial Cataclysm. So we see Nick able to pop a Necria, which is really strong because it's one of the hardest ones to deal with since it probably is going to take 2 attacks. So we see an Express Lightning here. Not the most exciting card, but it does what Bolton wants to do. It's free, and it does damage. This is stuck.
So took a short break.
We've seen Tom already play a Tome of Fyendo off of Chroma extra action point from Arsenal.
Nice, yeah. Nice. That's awesome.
It's really
not something you see very often.
No, but I like that interaction a lot. Making use of that extra action point when they're not popping your stuff is there's a lot of like play there that you could think of. So
we see the Sweeping Blow coming in for 3, I believe. I believe this is a red, so generating another Ash. Pitching a Yendurai.
Yep, that is a Yendurai.
It almost looks like Disable with the glare, but like
pitching Disable.
So getting 2 Ash from there, coming up from 0.
Yeah, Sweeping Blow is so good for our engine here, and then Asvalai, great card. Probably my favorite 0-cost dragon because it has 3 health, so stuff like Rosetta Thorn just doesn't kill it by itself.
Right. So they have to actually invest, something into it. Now, a lot of heroes, especially Bolton,
Yeah.
I mean, he just has a lot of pops anyway, but...
That was interesting. We see a 2-block. I feel like that's a card you want to keep. Just a 0 for +3.
Yeah, absolutely. So the math there, right? You're thinking if it's blocking for 2 or giving you a possible 3 damage, you take the exchange typically there's pretty much you want to be playing that card for the 3 damage instead of, blocking the 2.
Yeah, the only time I would ever block is if I don't have a charge card, which we actually might see. I think his hand is Beacon, Soul Shields, and... something else that's on a charge card.
Yeah, and here you definitely would rather block that Dust Up more than anything.
Yes.
The Dust Up gonna, create an Ash. Well, it looks like you just created the Ash. Decided to keep the Ash, not make the Ash Wing. But I mean, I definitely would have rather give up the 2 damage on the Asvalai to block the Dust Up. I think 100%. I'd take the Asvalai all day long, to be honest.
Yeah, I always take it. Oh, he does have a charge card. That's so interesting that he blocked for 2 when he could have done 3 here.
Yeah, definitely just something to think about when you're playing Bolton. But this player is 2-0 today, so still
he's making right decisions.
Yeah.
So this is a red take flight. Nice.
Red take flight. So a lot of this is pretty interesting to where Bolton. We haven't seen a lot of Bolton, right? So Bolton has kind of fallen off to level. A lot of tier lists I've seen from other YouTubers and things have put Bolton literally in the same tier as Azalea.
No shot.
So I mean, he hasn't won much. That is true. And when you're talking about aggro, it does feel like the Rune Blades and Fi are definitely just the faster, more consistent decks. But something that I think people are sleeping on with Bolton just a little bit is that if decks do start blocking again, his stock rises a lot higher than a lot of the other aggro decks. They don't really
Yeah.
care if they get blocked, and their damage outpoint doesn't really change other than the blocked damage.
Right.
But whereas Bolton can punish you for blocking, the attack goes up. We have more go again now. It would just be interesting to see if somehow Bolton makes his way back into the meta.
Yeah, I think in this very mid-range meta that it's seeming like, I think Bolton has a really good shot because blocking is a part of just your strategy in general.
Mm-hmm.
And so having this deck that can race, but also has really good defensive tools available to it in Soul Shield and like all of the defense reactions that Warrior has available to them is like.
So here we actually see a Mirage into a Kyloria, pitching 2 red, so up 1, down 1, so net 0 on Ash. But coming in with the ooh, Marvel. But coming in with the Kyloria, no Phantasm due to Mirage. I love this deck and how pretty it is.
It's so pretty.
They knew, they were like, hey, we have to give something for people to foil out now that Prism's like on our way out, and they were like, dragons. We're gonna go from angels to dragons.
Yeah. They definitely hit the nail on the head with this one.
And I like James White's kind of explanation where he was like, we have to, our game is about 2 heroes fighting each other. We don't really want to introduce like actual dragons, so they're illusions.
They're illusions, yeah.
And that was the same kind of idea with angels. So it was kind of a way to introduce these like very high fantasy elements with kind of keeping it grounded in a 1v1 matchup.
So we see Bolt of Courage. I'm not sure what color, but I believe this is the one that draws you a card if it hits.
It does.
We're going to see the reaction. I'm pretty sure he's probably only on the red ones of this, so...
Yep, so he's actually able to kill Mirage there, actually draw the card because Bolt of Courage must not specify whether or not it hits a hero, so he's still going to draw the card after the hit. Kind of the same issue we saw with Mask of Momentum. It's a free trigger every single time if you have a bunch of dragons out. They can clear them relatively easily.
This is something that's interesting about the Dromai deck is like that was 6 damage and Mirage only has 4 health, so you're just like
it's a little bit of less value too,
you're
right?
saving life with these allies you're creating.
Yeah, for the Mirage having 4 life, I think that's actually kind of a crazy break point. We talk about the break point of 3 to 4 when a defending kind of sense.
Yep.
But the fact that Mirage has that 4 health, that usually means you have to invest like something that has some kind of actual relevance,
right?
Whether it's a buff card, like a actual attack that hits for 4.
Right.
It's just not your typical like throw Rosetta or another weapon.
Easy kill it. Yeah, like Raiden.
Or even Raiden. Yeah.
0 for 3 on him. He already killed the Azvalai with it. Just feels great. So Tom able to Yuvia, create an Ash Wing because of Yuvia's effect when it enters the arena. And then we're going to see a red sweeping blow as well. So Tom doing a very good job at keeping up tempo and creating these things that require dealing with. Like Yuvia has 6 health, I believe.
She does. She's a 1/6.
1/6, which like you want to get rid of that thing because it's just generating this tempo for Tom over time. And you just have a Kodachi for free every turn if you're not dealing with it.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing I will say is what I have noticed with Ovia is that it's a bit hard to keep the Ash up. Yeah. Like, she's really good when you have this, like, crazy... Every once in a while, I just have this game where somehow I have, like, 7 Ash. And I'm like...
yeah.
It's like, Ovia would be really cool right now, but...
Yeah, in the aggro matchup, I think it is hard to keep up Ash often. Like, Necria definitely puts in some work.
Especially because you're going to be using those sand covers, too. I think sand cover is really kind of... Turn the point, huh? Turn around the corner, huh, Nick? Sand cover's a good card. Is it?
It's in my deck, but that's all I'll say about it.
Inside joke there. Nick was poo-pooing on sand cover when it first came out.
I've turned a little bit on it. But yeah, in this matchup, I think we're going to see... I don't know if he's actually has sand cover like main decked. We'll see, because keeping Ash up, you want probably to use... Tom is on heavy dragon member.
Yeah, I definitely think... One of the best things I think I've seen from the lists that have come out, like that have like all these like big events where a Dromai has top 8'd.
Yeah.
I love that they've all been heavy dragon.
Yeah.
I have yet to see one that's like, oh, dragon suck.
Dragon suck.
So it's just I love that because the dragons are like the biggest reason for me to play Dromai.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you're kind of just like this middling deck. Like I don't know. So they've even played Dracona Optimi. I think they've used that kind of as a finisher in a lot of these like heavier like
pitch it
tankier
early
builds.
and
Kind of stack 3 reds where you want them, and then you just come in for 6 damage that they have to like
plus maybe 6 more.
yeah, and the 6 behind it, but it kind of gets you over. I think that's one of the other ways that we've gotten over Guardian.
Yep.
Is just 6 arcane that they usually, if are lucky, they have 1 arcane barrier.
Right.
Typically.
They might not even play arcane barrier honestly against.
You say that. I've played multiple Guardians
and
now
they always do, yeah.
that have run 1 arcane barrier due to the fact that typically one of your other win conditions again is the pinging damage from Burn Them All. So.
I think a lot of decks weren't playing Burn Them All before, so people weren't worried about it, but now every deck has 3 Burn Them All because against Guardian it's like a win condition for sure.
Absolutely. Another thing we also noticed, and again, I know we haven't really paid attention to this game too much, get back to it, but something we discovered when we were testing online was that passing Mirage, this is probably pretty obvious, but like it works on the gloves. So like that's actually pretty good.
That's nice. Yeah, that actually is nice. We were talking about the gloves earlier, how it's just like they seem really underpowered, but you do have Semblance, you do have passing Mirage, you have Miragai, which would work too. Right?
No, Mirage Eye only works to it removes Phantasm from the first dragon specific attack.
Oh, is it just dragon?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was interesting.
No, that's why you can actually kind of like have the Mirage Eye out and it kind of not be as good if your hand is full of like Dunebreaker Centipede.
Oh my, so this is
so we are gonna pop the Yender Eye, and that is the best way to get rid of it. Not having to deal with that silly endurance counter.
Having to do an attack and another attack to get rid of it is frustrating for sure. Yender Eye is one that's definitely gone up in people's purview as well, along with Vincerakai, because they just seem so like, oh, this one's super weak, it dies to just 1 damage. This one is just a 3 damage every turn, like nothing else. But endurance counter, really annoying to get rid of for most decks, and 3 for potentially 9 damage that you have to also sink an attack into, also very strong.
Yeah, I will also say that after this Take Flight coming in for 3 damage and go again, but Yenderai I went from mid to high on, and Vincerakai went from garbage tier to like high on.
Yeah, I agree for sure. So we see Nick doing a very good job at clearing anything. So we actually saw him sink Raiden into an Ashwing. Just, I don't want you having any allies, which I think is how you should treat this matchup. We saw me lose on stream earlier today, and I never took care of the Ashwings just because.
And they probably put in like 15 damage.
They did, yeah.
Those 3 little baby Ashwings.
And I should have spent a turn just shooting 3 of them, and then next turn shooting 2 and shooting the opponent. But I was just trying to race, and I don't think that was correct. But we see another Mirror Guy, and then we see a red Dunebreaker. Embermaw Centipede. He's on the red one.
And it is going to get popped, and that's what I was going to say is that, see, the Mirage Eye did not defend, not remove Phantasm from that attack, so,
it's crazy because Bolton just having these, you're going to play these cards anyways.
Well, especially the Celestial Cataclysms. I think that's the one that kind of
And Bolting Blade.
And Bolting Blade.
You're just playing him anyway. So.
It depends on how many Bolting Blade they were playing. Because he has one in his soul right now, but the Valiant Thrust is what a lot of people were playing like instead of Bolting Blade. Just because it was a lot harder to get to those 2 charges for the free Bolting Blade, whereas paying 1 for a Valiant Thrust was a lot.
1 for 7 feels great.
Yeah, and it's buffed.
So
you also, whereas Bolting Blade doesn't have that either. So,
but yeah, on the turns where you do V, which we haven't seen a V turn yet, Bolting Blade definitely very strong.
Yeah, and 100%.
Because it's usually a 0 for 9, which is nuts.
And then of course then it is buffed, and you get to use the reaction from Bolton.
So this is interesting. We're gonna see a Beacon, so buffing it by 2, banish to kill Miragai. Because that has 4 health, so it's a 2 base on this thing. Plus 2. We're gonna see him search for a card that costs 2 or less. We see Lumina. It's gonna be a good turn.
A good one.
Lumina is so good. It's like honestly a lot of the reason this deck is great. Lumina is an insane card with Raiden.
Yeah, absolutely. Lumina has been far and away one of the best cards. I mean, it's a combo piece in the Saber build. It's a way to turn the corner in the Raiden build. I mean, if you're losing, usually if you're playing Raiden, it can be +2 life, 4/4 and then +2.
4/4 +2 is so good.
Yeah,
and extra soul.
That's a 10 damage swing. So, and extra soul to your point. And you are using your soul quite a bit in this deck. You can play the Celestial Cataclysms. This will close the chain right here. So not really too relevant that it closes the chain, but we are going to swing for 4. We can give it go again off of Bolton.
We're probably going to see that because when you play Lumina, you're probably doing that. Ooh, so we see that it gets buffed.
And it actually got hit, so he's gonna. Ooh, and he
Oh,
misses with the
whiff.
sink below.
That definitely feels not great. So
So
that
it goes
to
on
the
the
bottom.
bottom. It actually isn't the end of the world. It does actually kind of cycle that sink below. I don't know how much use he would have gotten out of it recently.
So I don't think they're recognizing that Tom should be taking 2 on those swings because
Yeah, it should be getting buffed from Bolton's effect as
Yeah.
well.
They missed that both times. Tom only took 1 each time. It should have been 2 each time.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I do love playing with the full art cards that come from other decks, but I like that they exist, but I would always play with the something that has the effect.
The effect actually, yes.
Just so I don't forget.
You see the Valiant Thrust on that chain, so just a 1 for 7 at the end. So we saw an attack for 4, we saw Raiden 4, and then we saw 7. Really good turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tom coming back with a little tempo play. The Dust Up. Are you going to block this, or are you going to let me?
Dust Up is like
I love this
when
card.
you have no cards in hand, and one card in hand, and it's a Dust Up, and you're like, oh, my opponent blocked with all the cards in their hand. What can they do? Dust Up.
It feels as good as Snatch because of what it does for your deck specifically. Like
yes,
Ash Wings. We probably will see
also
him.
a block for you.
It's a block for yeah. It feels so good.
Which, there's a decent amount in the Dromai deck, but there's a decent amount of like block twos as well. I mean, just the rakes. Rake being as good as it is.
Yeah. So we see another Take Flight. So it's a red one. Very
Take
nice.
Flight.
Yeah, it honestly is. So we see a 1 floating. We might see. Oh, he has another Take Flight in hand. I wonder if he plays that this turn.
Interesting enough, he's actually funny enough. He's the 5 in the back is saying like, "Hey, it's a 4. If you block an attack, it's 5." So it's interesting that they missed it.
Yeah, he might be so passively doing it, he just forgot. But that damage is going to matter for sure.
And here we see the Crown of Providence going to be used. Going to cycle that card with a kind of a sink below effect there.
It's so good.
But you actually get to sink the card in Arsenal too, which is pretty crazy.
I love Crown. It's such a strong card.
3
go
could go up to 4 if he blocks an attack, which I do see quite a bit of them in Tom's hand. That is a Command and Conquer that he's kind of throwing down like, I want to keep this one.
Yeah. Oh, does he have 2 Command and Conquer in hand, Tom?
I think so.
Yeah,
Command and Conquer is kind of not super strong right now, seeing as Nick doesn't actually have a card to Arsenal.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a block here. Hopefully they recognize that blocking with an attack will buff it. And I think we'll see Raiden into the Ashwing, even though it's killing it. Yeah, I think you want to clear it.
I think you're absolutely right. I think you just keep the Ashwings as clear as possible. It's very similar. It's very similar to clearing auras.
Yeah,
it's very similar. Just you want to keep that board as clean as possible. The more, someone explained to Prism to me once as like they want to gum up the board. They want to gum up the board. They want to make it like you're driving your car.
And it's just
like
sticky.
Suddenly it's just sticky, and you can't drive, and there's lots of speed bumps.
Yeah,
and there's crap in the road. You just want to get it all out of it, and you want to keep it clear.
Yeah, you can't zoom when you're sticky.
Yeah, no zooming. All right, dragon, you're running over dragons. All right, it's very similar, right?
Yeah.
You want to get the dragons off the road, so you have a clear shot.
I think we're gonna. Oh no, he's going for health. He's letting him keep it. So I think Nick, maybe in his mind, he has a threshold where he's like, we're sub 15. I can probably kill in 1 turn now. Like I can threaten lethal.
Yes, absolutely.
So I can see that decision.
I think the biggest glaring difference between Prism and Dromai is Arclight Sentinel.
Oh yeah.
No Arclight Sentinel, so Nick has no worries of like, the turn just ending.
Right.
Like, but this is a Dunebreaker Senpai coming in for 5 damage and go again.
Yes. He put 4 at first. I was like, no way, he's on yellow Dunebreaker.
Yellow Dunebreaker.
That's nice. I can see blue, but yellow. So Nick has another Lumina in hand, which he's at 21. He's pretty healthy. I think he probably just takes.
Yep, goes to 16 here.
Command and Conquer in Tom's hand. We see him pitch that as well, which makes sense.
Yep, gonna activate the Flame Scale Furnace, which will give us another Ash. We're going up to 5 here. We're gonna play the Kyloria.
Oof. Are we gonna see the block? He only has. His Skullcap is not live, so you'd have to do bracers in a card to not allow Tom to draw.
So normally, if the Dromai player's hand is empty, I'm actually giving them I'm letting the Kyloria hit.
Yeah.
But seeing as Tom actually has a card in hand, now we know it's a Dust Up. At least I think it is.
It is, yes. We have the pop again.
He had the pop, actually.
Oh, that's so heartbreaking. That's the 4th pop this game.
I want to say kudos to Nick for not burning the pop on the Dunebreaker Senpai.
Yes.
Like, what patience that
Seriously.
was. Wait for He may have been saving it to attack with, but now that the dragon came down, maybe that was the thought process. But to not burn it on the Dunebreaker, where Tom could have
100%.
activated the boots and then still played the Kyloria.
Yeah, that's honestly what the Dune Breakers are for. You want your opponents to like pop these things, but very smart of him to save it for sure.
And then just the sweeping blow, gonna pitch and command and conquer.
Did Nick not do anything on his turn?
That's also where I'm kind of lost.
What happened? So like pop Kyloria, Nick just passed, and then go back to Tom. Yeah, he arsenaled something, so he must have.
Yeah, must have just arsenaled and passed there. Take up Tunic.
Maybe he's like holding a combo, because he had Lumina. Maybe he wants a double Lumina and just win. But I don't know if that really wins you the game at 13. So we'll see what he's holding. The Command and Conquer definitely like gunks up this play.
Yeah, definitely. And now that he's losing, he does have his Skull Cap online.
True.
Don't know how relevant that is, but Skull Cap plus Bracers could be 2 damage if he's able to have a...
Skullcap, Bracers, Tunic, 1 card gets him out of this.
Yeah, if he wanted to keep as many cards as possible.
Right. So we see Nick also has a Command and Conquer in hand.
You could also use the Tunic counter to Oasis Respite. Okay.
That's true. You could definitely do that.
That is a thing that could happen.
If he's on Oasis, that'd be sick. Yeah, this Command and Conquer.
I think Oasis Respite is like one of the best cards to ever come out of like a
I agree.
set.
100%.
It's like so good.
It's so. I wish it was like a full art or something. I hope they do that. The card is insane. Oh, he is. We see him wanting to keep as many cards as possible.
Oh wow, a card and all 3 pieces of armor.
Yeah.
Did not see that one coming.
Yeah. So giving up the command because he's probably not gonna be able to pay for it anyways. So we see the charge. This is Engulfing Light. If it hits, it goes in Soul.
Thank you for that one. I would not have remembered that card. This is Old Man. If it hits, it goes in Soul. That's how I would remember it.
So Nick probably has a reaction. It's probably Beacon or something like that because this currently would not... He could Snapdragon it.
Could snap. I think if we don't see a block, it definitely gets snap. Or even a block like that. Yep, getting Snapdragoned here.
I didn't even realize that. Oh, he does have
double Lumina.
Yeah, he wanted the double Lumina, but I don't know if I would take a turn off to do double Lumina, which is what he did.
Yeah, it's very interesting. This is gonna come in for 5 damage and go again, threatening 6.
So it's 5 3 times. That's 15 or 18.
Yeah,
damage.
that is
a lot.
That is a lot.
So we see Tom saying, "I'm gonna block."
Now this should actually buff the sword up to 6.
Are any of those attacks?
Isn't the card he's like flickering right now? Yeah, it's a Billing Mirage. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, you definitely want to wait till the last one to do that, which I think Nick just reminded him of. So, yeah, this definitely impactful. So we might see that. Yeah, we're gonna see the second one hit for 5. Go again. We're gonna reveal 2 cards off the top. 1 hit. Unfortunate. We see Nick is on the best card in the game. Do you want me to tell you what it is before I reveal the name of the card?
I looked down. What was it?
I see it.
I see it.
He revealed 2 just now.
Oh, he's on double Pursuit of Knowledge.
Yeah.
Now, Pursuit of Knowledge, we've meaned on it before because of our history with this card. But it's not bad.
It's a good card.
It's
I agree.
actually good. I actually am surprised I don't see more Guardians playing it.
I agree.
Especially with the Guardians that are already running Pummel. You don't have to like really do anything with it. You already are. It's just a 2 for 4, which you run plenty of, and then a lot of times you'll be floating that extra resource.
Yeah.
Pummel it.
Pummel it. Yeah.
Pummel it.
Like
you go up in intellect, they go down in intellect essentially
by pummeling it. Yeah. And you can stack it too, so because it's a blue. So later in the game, you stack that and pummel
pummel it.
Pummel it. And like card advantage matters so much, especially
here,
in Guardian.
Here we see the Dust Up coming in again. Just Dust Up being so strong with only 1 card left in hand.
It is my favorite. It's really the only chain ender I think that's worth playing. I guess Ember Maul is like the other one, but
my only issue is there has been times where I've drawn like a really defensive hand and my only attack was a Dust Up.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what do?
What do? Yeah. What do you do here?
Like I have a board full of dragons. I'm like, like, I can't do anything with this.
That is
like,
unfortunate.
Yeah.
Because you need that red go again card for sure.
So sometimes I think that's originally why a lot of deck lists have kind of like moved away from it.
Yeah, they want the Ravenous and stuff like that.
Things like that, just to, more consistent
go again. Yeah.
But like again, if you're playing a defensive build anyway, you're just gonna swing that one. That one Dust Up can be enough.
It really can. So we see we're gonna Express Lightning into the Ashwing. Maybe it was a blue one or something. It just didn't seem worth it. But we see Nick having another pretty off turn.
I did see him draw a Celestial Cataclysm.
Ooh, he just checked his soul, so Nick Del Soul checking his. He just checked his Nick Del Soul there. So you see a blue Billowing, which I love this card. Because you have to pitch for it, which generates you an Ash. Usually gives you an Ash Wing, which is an ally that has to be dealt with. We see an Asvalai. Tom has a
Yeah.
lot of Ash right now, which is
And
great.
the last card in Tom's hand is actually a Sigil.
Yeah.
Sigil of Solace. So that's another 3 health that is going to kind of move him away from that kill range. Now,
Right.
I don't see a world where this doesn't get popped.
Looks like he took the Arcane. He might have
But you
taken
have
the
to take the
physical too.
Arcane.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't see a world. You also can't let it live, right? Is he on 1 life now? Oh, he's on 11.
Yeah.
So that's not terrible, but like maybe he doesn't pop it if he has the cards in Soul, or at least a way to get to 3 cards in Soul this turn.
Yeah,
I think maybe that
just
is the
take it.
correct play. Just take it.
I think
I thought he was on 1.
Oh yeah. No, he's at 10 now. I think.
Yeah,
Right?
9. Yeah, so 9 to 7.
And we know Tom is technically higher with that sigil, so Tom will be at 10 whenever he decides to play it. So we'll see. Nick Bolton can definitely threaten lethal from this range, like many ways.
Yeah. Oh, and a take flight is definitely what you want to see. Not a light card, but I don't think that's gonna matter here. Not via the Vanguard. So.
No, we need to see him pitch though. This card is not free. You gonna pitch, my man? Did he? He doesn't have Tunic. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Pitch
so
V.
he was actually thinking about via the Vanguard.
I wonder why I didn't play V. Oh, it's a red take flight, but I don't know.
I think the biggest reason, honestly, is if that Sink Below was a light card, I could have seen a way where he, pitches the 2.
Yep.
Light cards get the buff.
But this turn is good. It's I don't know what his arsenal is, but it's at least 4, 7, and then 3.
Raiden. Yeah.
We see a 2 block.
Yeah, 2 block, go to 5.
Ooh.
Now remember, Tom does have the Sigil, so
another take
take flight coming in for 3 damage.
3 or 4. This is 4, 3, 7, 3. That's so strong.
Yeah.
Tom has an Asvalai and an Ashwing, so if he keeps 1 red go again card, there's still definitely some play here. But this is a lot of damage.
Yeah, and Tom kind of flirting with danger
Yeah,
there.
he is.
If there was now we knew it was Celestial Cataclysm, but it could have been something else. But I mean, he does have the Sigil, so
yeah, he does. He's safer than it seems, but this is a lot of damage. 8 damage potentially if he blocks with an attack, which is very likely.
Yeah, I think he only has attacks left in his hand.
So he'll block 9, it looks like, and then he'll have to take 3 from Raiden, and he loses.
Well, he'll have to Sigil.
Oh right.
Yeah, he'll have to Sigil.
Sigil and stay at 2. But then he doesn't have a turn.
But he has nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, he has an Asvalai swing.
Yep. So at least 3 damage coming back, but yeah, Bolton having a 4-card hand going back into his turn, like when you're at 2, this is looking like curtains maybe for Dromai.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking good, but this can turn around. I mean, if there is a world where Nick doesn't draw a charge card with Go Again or something like that, or
Snaps is gone, so
yeah, Snaps is gone, so that's definitely a chance there. Or Tom just draws into some of his D-reacts to where he can keep a couple cards in hand. We already know he's on Sigil, so he could draw into another Sigil.
We've only seen 2 of them played, so that 3rd one is there.
Ooh, so he's gonna block with the chess piece as well.
Well, this will go to 8 though, so he'll block 7 and
he'll still take 1.
Oh, he's gonna.
He's actually gonna quell the 1.
Whoa.
So, yeah, I mean he'll be able to quell the next thing too.
Quell and boots if that's a blue, which it probably is.
Yeah, he's representing resources floating. So.
So quell boots, he'll only take 1. So he'll go to 1, and then he still has Sigil. So.
Yeah, so Nick is looking like he was able to successfully ungum up the board enough to really threaten, to really get as many cards out of Tom's, arsenal.
Yeah,
like in quotes, like not his actual arsenal, but that he has access to. But he's actually going to swing into the Asvalai
because you don't want to play into the quell. And
the quell and boots is already there, so why not just clear the Asvalai?
Now Tom's turn is just swing for 1 with Ashwing. That's really good. So. I agree with this for sure.
Yeah, that was definitely a really heads-up play from Nick to actually swing into the Asvalai there.
And we see Tom using the ability of... Oh, nice.
Yeah, to actually swing with both the Ashwings. He's going to actually use that Sigil.
Tom used the gloves effect before end of turn. Pay 1 to turn an Ash to an Ashwing. So we have 2 now.
It's free.
Oh, it's free.
Yeah,
right.
It's free.
You just need to have an Ash. You're right. So Nick has a full hand, and Tom is at 5. So we might see a very similar just...
I see a Valiant Thrust. Valiant Thrust is wild, and he still has Soul. The only issue is, like I said before, there is no Go Again, so you'd have to hope that you bait an attack block.
But honestly, if you're Tom, you're not Like other than beacons,
He's reading his hero
is on
effect.
here. That's why I also don't like flipping your hero around, just
Yeah.
because like sometimes you also forget what it does.
So I think the way he just read his hero, honestly, like it just gave it away. Like, hey, I need you to like.
Ah, heartbreaking.
Yeah, heartbreaking there.
Yeah. What's nice is Dromai. You have so many non-attacks because every invoke is a non-attack. So
Yes,
you're not even
every
playing
invoke
into
is a non-attack.
Yeah.
um,
So we see a Chromai.
Chromai, yeah, able to get those extra action points, and like I said before, this game is definitely not over. We do see a Pursuit of Knowledge in Nick's hand.
Ooh, we see that Tom has another Dust Up and a Sink Below. So he's going to be able to swing for 1/1, 4 more, and Arsenal Defense React.
Yep,
like Tom.
And Chromai is actually pretty insane because he's going to get 2 action points no matter what. So even if the dragon were to be popped at this point, he wouldn't lose his turn here. He would just lose the extra action points. So still have 1 left over. Swing with the 2 Ash Wings.
Here we go. Swing for 1 Ashwing. Probably take it. Swing with the other one. Take it.
Take that Ashwing as well.
We're on even health, and then Dust Up. Oh.
Dust Up has just been so good.
We've seen all 3 played, and all of them were so good.
I do have a question for you. He's been able to play Dust Up, I think, at Chainlink 4 or higher now. Probably like twice at least, 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
Do you think Dust Up maybe should be some kind of Rupture card? Like Red Hot.
Red Hot. I could see the Lava Burst.
Yeah.
It is just damage, but
I think Dust Up is just... It was just a food for thought.
Yeah.
I personally don't like it.
I think
switching it out.
Better Rupture cards.
Yeah, but Dust Up is consistent.
Yeah.
Like we've seen, he's also played it on 1 card hands. So.
And Ash is just so important. Like, so just getting Ash or another Ashwing, which is an ally that probably has to be dealt with, is really strong.
Absolutely.
So you see Nick's deck getting really thin, and he's actually just gonna clear Chromai and draw it. So that is nice that Tom gets stuck with the defense react in Arsenal, but he has enough Ash to do stuff. We might see him actually play this Dominia, which was pitched turn 1.
He also has a Miragai, so that's also another one that's like really difficult to deal with. But he's actually gonna pitch it for the Dominia. I love
this card
Dominia.
Is nuts. Yeah. So we see Tom correctly stacking Ash on all of our dragons, and then we're gonna see your hand. He has a popper. Oh.
But is it red? It is a red rake.
Oh. So yeah, we just
did
get rid
have
of
a
that
pop, and he's like,
Cataclysm.
"Yep, that one."
This card is so insane.
So insane. That Celestial Cataclysm was either gonna pop this Dominia, which it probably would have been.
It would have, yeah.
But even if he didn't have Dominia, let's say he plays something like an Aswai, something less impactful. This next turn is wild.
Yes, 100%.
Like,
yeah. Oh,
and now he had to block with the V.
What a turnaround in this game.
Huge turnaround.
And Tom has a 3rd sigil, so we're going to see him go up to 8 at some point as well. Just a hill to climb when you're on this back foot against allies.
So I will eat my own words here. So do you remember when Jeremiah was being announced and you were building decks and you're like, I love Sigil.
Yes.
And I was like, I think Sigil's terrible.
Yes.
I've also come around on Sigil.
Okay,
so
great.
I am playing Sigil on my decks.
Great.
Sigil. 9 life is a lot.
It's a lot. And the cheeky stuff you can do where you're just like swing Ashwing. Like,
and they don't expect it. It's not like Prism where they're like, oh, they're just going to make a shield.
Yeah.
It definitely just has go again.
Yep.
Like, no, a lot of people don't. Like, oh, you might not have it.
Yeah.
Like,
And you
Sigil.
just Sigil. Heal 3, I have go again this whole turn now. It's really, really good. And it's like, if it's in Arsenal, they command and conquer you. It just always feels good to. So we see Nick is on a 2-card hand. 1 got ripped, which is just an insane effect Dominia has. And then we see another one blocked. So Nick is getting into a dangerous thresholds because not only do you have to worry about attacks coming in that you have to block, but then you also need to keep cards to kill stuff like Dominia.
Yeah.
Like, you can't let Dominia stay for another turn or you've lost the game.
You've lost the
Yeah.
game, 100%.
Like, you are playing with a 3-card hand probably every turn. It's crazy.
I will say, there is no worse feeling than hitting a blue off Dominion.
Hitting a blue, yes, 100%. It's 0 for 4.
4.
Yeah.
No, it's 4 for 4.
That's right, the
point.
first turn, yes. If you whiff the first turn, it sucks. If it stays out, anything after the first turn is crazy.
I've actually had an opponent leave Dominia on the field,
Mhm.
and that felt like Genesis.
Yeah.
Right? It felt like, oh my god, you left the Genesis on the field.
Why would you do
Dominia
this?
is like, oh my god, you left like the bad version of like the like negative to you version of Genesis.
Yes,
like,
right.
The like anti-Genesis.
Anti-Genesis. Oh. So you see the Sigil being played, because his arsenal is a sink, so you can't get rid of that anyway, so might as well use it while you can. So we see it's 8-2, I believe.
It is 8-2, and just playing a Bolt of Courage.
So it hits and draws, and we just Arsenal. He cannot clear the Dominia.
Can't clear the Dominia. Does have to leave it on the field.
This is just... You can't... When Tom is probably going to hit a red. I mean, we have cycled. Maybe there's a lot of blues left, but if it hits a red, I think that's just it. Because Tom has a full hand.
I mean, and it's 2-8.
Yeah.
What a turnaround.
This is not expected.
That big turn that was coming from Nick, I think it was just like a 1 card short from like really putting in that killing blow.
Yeah.
He needed like a Valiant Thrust on there, like an extra, just one more big 7 attack, and
we saw no V turn in this game.
No V turn, that's huge.
It's huge. Like that's how you get so much damage. V should add like 10 damage.
V into Valiant, into like Bolt of Courage or Bolting Blade,
like Raiden for 5.
Yeah, that turns like 30 damage.
Yeah, exactly, and he never got one of those. I think him waiting for the double Lumina turn might have been just too much given up tempo.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think, especially in this kind of deck, the Lumina by its like 1 Lumina is 4 damage.
Yeah.
Right. So that's a break point already.
It is. Yeah. So we see a Billowing gonna make another Ashwing. So we've got a Dominia and 2 Ashwings to deal with.
And the Billowing.
Yeah. Being at 2 is so scary, and I think Tom has a Rake in hand too, which he has enough Ash to use it for full effect. So if that comes into play here, I think that's just game. So we'll see. Nick might have a Popper for the Dominia. I don't know if he has many left in deck.
I don't think I saw one.
Yeah.
I did see a D-React, a Sink Below. So what he could do is try to fish for one. The only thing is he has to pray that the Dominia doesn't hit the red.
Right. Then, so we see that this is actually a red Billowing, which... One great thing about Dromai is your second cycle is still red good cards. Because you're pitching a lot of red cards. So we see a red one here. 3 go again. This is lethal. You got to do something about it.
Check.
Yeah, check, literally. So we're going to see a block for sure. And Dominia is just so scary. Like, we see the sink. But even sink here, like, it's only 3, so you don't want to really sink here.
Yeah, like I said, I think your only way out of this game
sink for
a 7, or sink for a 6 or higher, and pray Dominia misses.
Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing. I think you sink the Pursuit because it's a 2 block. Oh, we see a Yunderai in Tom's hand too.
Yeah, I mean the game is over really if he doesn't hit a
pop.
He
drew a Pursuit.
And he drew a second Pursuit, so it's not gonna get him there.
Yeah, his hand is double Pursuit. Oh, we see.
And we're gonna play the Yunderai.
I mean, Nick hasn't conceded yet, which good on him for playing it out. But this is definitely like Dominia first.
Yep, Dominia with no pop.
See if it's a red.
It is a red. It's a Chromai.
Oh, that hand is.
So it's gonna banish one of the Pursuits,
no,
or actually
because then he has to give both cards here.
Both cards here, and then that's going to be swing with the Yunderai. Game.
Wow.
Tom does take it with the crazy turnaround. Dromai able to take down Bolton.
Yeah, that was a really good show of how much Flesh and Blood is about tempo. Like it's not
about tempo, and it's about not giving up.
Not giving up, 100%.
Straight up. There's a lot of players. Tom's not one of them, of course, we just saw, but there's a lot of players who would have gone down to like 2 life and just kind of like started throwing their hand down. Like, oh, I lose here anyway. I'm playing it out because I'm on stream, like things like that.
Yeah.
And it was just really nice to see Tom actually play it out and come back for the win. Good for him.
Yeah, and ending at 8, like not expected for him to end that high when he was at 7 at one point, which looked like lethal. Sigil,
absolutely. Definitely.
And Tom also had a sink in Arsenal. Like he was in such a favorable position there.
Right.
Yeah, that was definitely. Flesh and Blood isn't about like other card games out there. Blowout turns matter, and sometimes like we saw them fix Fi, which that was a problem. But like tempo and like just knowing, like we saw some turns that was just dust up pass.
Yeah,
and those mattered. Like,
those definitely mattered.
Yeah,
100%. So, Flesh and Blood is a great game.
Yeah, it's really fun.
Really well.
He's on Triple Pursuit.
Triple Pursuit. I love it. And Valiant Thrust. But so that being said, there were 12 of you in here at one point, and I just want to say thank you so much for watching. We have one more round of Swiss to go into a top 4, so we have a lot more Flesh and Blood to bring you. We're going to rest our voices for a little bit, but if you can, please share the stream around. Let's get up to those double-digit viewers again. And if there's any Nationals coverage that you're watching, hey, we don't mind if you go watch that coverage, but hey, if they're on break, check over here. See if we're on stream. Something to watch in between rounds. Leave us on in the background. Get that viewer count up. Let's go. Every single Saturday, bringing you coverage. And Yeah, we'll be right back with round number 4. We're not signing off. That kind of sounded like a
No,
sign off.
we'll see you guys very shortly.
But we will see you very shortly. I just heard the round timer go off, so it shouldn't be too long.
Yeah.
Until we bring you the final round of Swiss. We'll try to find you a winning in, something with a little compelling, maybe a little spice, and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back to round number 4, our final round of Swiss. This is a win and in. Both these players are 2-1, trying to get to that 3-1 record to get in our top 4 here at the Haven. We found the spiciest matchup we could find. That was also a win and in.
You might want to get some milk ready because this is a spicy.
Levia versus Dorinthia. So the Dorinthia was on stream earlier. The Levia has not been on stream yet, but he is a veteran of the stream and also a teammate. So Ryan from Adventure Co Gaming is on Levia. He's been a Levia stan for like as long as she's been out, I think. So
it is impressive.
Yeah.
How bad the hero is and how much Ryan has stuck with it.
He's like, I will make this good. So that being said, yeah, we have this is gonna be a fun one.
These are two heroes you do not see often. Like Dory was bad for a long time because of Prism.
Right.
You just had a very unfavorable matchup that was very present, and then Levia just hasn't found her footing yet.
No, I agree, and I think Levia, she needs something that really makes Blood Debt like worth it.
Yes.
Right, like something like it just doesn't feel.
When your hero ability just says you often don't die to your own effects, like that's pretty.
Yeah. So like there needs to be a payoff for that Blood Debt, right? So and we just don't have it. I mean, there's some like Graveling Growl is really good.
Yes.
You have to banish for it, so that's kind of the trade-off a little bit. You don't really get to play it from banish. Like, you know, Chain, the other shadow hero, Blood Debt was almost like a formality.
Yeah,
it wasn't like
I just have two hands.
Like, yeah. The only time you'd ever really take Blood Debt damage is Husk.
Husk was the only thing. Yep, because you could just play everything out. But hers stay there. And if
I really hope they leave the life counter in the middle of the field.
Yeah, Dory's gonna be like. But yeah, I think even if they made something that was like, if you take Blood Debt, this thing happens. That's favorable because like health is huge. Like Levia, once you're sub 8, if you are not keeping 2 cards, you are probably gonna die to your own Blood Debt.
Yeah, and I've seen it so many times. And actually, again, this is really funny. There's a clip saved on this channel we were testing online, and Ryan was at 19 health, and the game just ends, and I am visibly confused.
Like it DC'd, someone quit,
and then I look at the log, and Ryan goes, "I died from my own Blood Debt." I was like, "You died at 19 of Blood Debt?" And he had 6 cards in his graveyard,
and 3 of them.
He does 3 and 3, and does an attack that says banish the top 3, or I'm sorry, banish 3 random from your grave.
Yep.
And he hit every single non-attack or every single non-6. And the odds of that happening are like less than 5%.
Yeah. Yeah, your hero ability should not be try not to die. Like that's pretty bad. We see James, very strong start. Like Dory, you don't really want to be wasting your reactions early, so getting an E-Pot out, nice.
Yep, gonna block with a Iron Song response. One of the other things that Dory does that a lot of players don't realize is that she almost all her cards block for 3.
It's amazing. Yeah. Like I don't think the deck has any 2 blocks.
If they did, it's something I'm not remembering from like Everfest or the starter decks or something like that. Nothing from Welcome to Wraith, I think.
Yep. Yeah, so all of your reactions and actions blocking for 3 super strong. Like we see he's on potions. I don't know how many potions, but we do see at least 1 E-Pot. Really going to be useful. Oof. Strong start. So Sharpened Steel +3. We see the Determined, or what is that card called?
Sharpened Steel, and then Steelblade Supremacy.
So we see a Dawnblade for 8. If it hits, I'm going to draw a card here.
Yeah, but no go again as of yet. He does have the Refraction Bolters. I don't know the card in his hand, but he is leaving 1 resource floating. We're actually going to see a block for 8 here. And another Iron Song response.
So I think he's just fishing for an Arsenal card.
If I'm James, you can draw the card and then choose to both trigger, and you can choose not to resolve the trigger on Refraction Bolters. Yes.
But it is currently active, and he could break it now if he wanted to.
He's definitely thinking about it.
Yeah.
I mean,
because you would
it's
draw
a
again.
Thought. It's something he's kind of been working on. Is not losing the value on the 1 block. Right?
Yeah.
So that's 1 health, and that does come up.
It does
a lot of time.
Yeah, especially when games are going long, which have happened a lot today.
Yep.
Like that 1 health matters so much because it's the difference between being able to hold an extra card or not, which is just game winning. So you see Mark of the Beast, kind of a card that's not amazing on face value, but it does by itself turn on Levia, right? It banishes itself.
I think so.
The combat chain closes. I believe that's its effect. So we see
Yeah,
itself
yeah.
banishing it. We actually pitched a Mark of the Beast to play Mark of the Beast.
But what's a little worrisome about that's the start.
started the clock
Here we
already.
have the
Turn
one
twos,
blood debt. Yeah.
It's a very early start because usually Levi, you want to start saving up and blocking, swinging with some attacks that aren't banishing, and then eventually banish. But we've already started the clock, so like you mentioned, that's a little dangerous. So he's at least on 2 E-Pots, so this is interesting. I love Energy Pot in Dory. It just allows you to do so much more.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that I am surprised, we talked to James a little bit, just the Twinning Blades not being there. I don't know. I feel like I've seen so much work out of Twinning Blade. So we are going to see 3. Did use the Glint the Quicksilver to give it a go again.
You might see Bracer swing again.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what we're about to see here.
Oh, maybe not Bracers?
Maybe not Bracers. Maybe
he must have a +3. Yeah, he wants that counter.
Yeah, he wants the counter for sure.
For sure. Ooh, Ryan said you're good, so we might see him Arsenal it. Because he's gonna get the counter anyways.
Wow.
Yeah.
If Ryan's gonna give up the counter,
he must have a Blood Rush. Like,
this must be the turn.
yeah, this is something.
I think I do see a
Bellow.
Yeah, Blood Rush Bellow. Yep, there it is.
So discard one of my cards, please.
So you're hoping to hit a 6 here. If I have to imagine, it's gonna be they're both 6s.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep, we hit the shadow version of the 6 attack.
Dreadwood Rumbler. Deadwood Rumbler. Yes. I built and played this deck once, and I was like, nope. But I know what some of the names are.
So 5 damage go again off the claw.
Really good.
We did discard a 6 attack, so
Ooh,
the claw is
great
good.
time to shunt.
Yeah,
you get a
shunt.
damage in too. Very nice. So overblocked a little bit with the red shunt.
And he still had the counter off the Tunic, right? So it was basically a free shunt.
So good. I love Tunic and Dory.
I mean, that's a classic, right?
Yeah, just the classic.
Dory's been running Tunic forever.
Yeah.
We had a little bit of a vacation with Crucible, or not Crucible, Courage of Bladehold. But we're back on Tunic.
Back,
Tunic's
sure.
too good.
Ooh, so we see a Maul? Something Maul?
Endless Maul?
Endless Maul.
Endless Maul. Hey, we're gonna get there
together. We're getting half the card each. So if this hits, it gets +3 and then +2 from Blood Rush. So I believe it's 9 +2.
Yeah, so he definitely banished the 6 here. He left a non-attack in his grave.
So this is 11 damage. Doesn't have go again, but 11 damage is a lot of damage. This is one thing that's scary about Leviah, and people even in chain format were like, maybe just play Leviah because it's just a lot of damage.
Yeah, it can be.
It can be, yes.
Right? I think Leviah, her issue has always been consistency more than anything.
Yep.
The decks that are at the top tables are the decks that are consistent. You have to get through, a lot of times you have to get through 3 rounds of draft and 5 rounds of CC, or just 7 rounds of CC. You know, it's a lot of rounds.
More the next day, it's a lot.
It's a lot of rounds against the highest competition, right?
And the best decks.
Yeah, and the best decks. And so, yes, can Leviah steal games?
Sure.
Can you steal games off of Magic Cylinder? Yes. You can. But my point is, like,
can you do
that deck is also a brick. That card is also a brick, and Leviah also runs a lot of bricky hands, especially when a lot of times if your opponent just blocks and you don't get to fill up that, like if they don't attack you and you don't get to fill up the graveyard from you blocking, and you can't get that 6 in there and you can't banish that 6, you can just lose.
Yeah, you can.
You can just lose. And you notice that a lot of players are shifting to the Crown of Providence for good reason. But they used to run the Ebb and Fold to, have that safety button to banish the 6.
You can banish and draw at least. But also, like, this is just kind of a brute problem too, but Leviah, sometimes to even have an okay turn, you have to use Scab Skins. And that's just, like, not where you really want to be when you're relying on variance for your tournament win.
Right.
So we see...
I love that they did it, though.
Yes.
Like, I'm not mad that Leviah or Rhinar exists.
Yeah.
Except in Blitz.
In Blitz,
Rhinar can go away.
Rhinar, please, yeah.
But, normally, like, it's fine to have a variance hero.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, it's spicy.
Yeah, Rhinar's done well, like, before.
Mm-hmm.
So we see James actually blocked with
2 cards.
I think he blocked his whole hand.
Yeah.
So he took very little.
He did the E-Pot.
Yeah, so he did the E-Pot, and now he's just going to swing.
Interesting, he left the Refraction Bolters. He didn't block with them.
He didn't block, yeah, you're right. Because this would be a good time to use them. But I think he just wants to keep his counter. So popping the E-Pot here makes sense. Because you have to get at least armor and a card from Ryan, which is probably...
Yeah, which looks like he's going to do, but... If I'm James, James actually giving the thumbs up, saying that's it. Yeah.
If that Arsenal had been a reaction, that would have been a pretty big blowout.
Especially if it was like even just like an Iron Song response or something like that.
Yeah, Razor Reflex, like anything that gets over, you get to keep your counter, and getting rid of his whole hand didn't even matter really. But we do get to get rid of the counter. We're rolling Scabs again. We got 2 actions. All right. It's been favorable for Ryan both times he's used it.
He does have the Gambler's Gloves just in case.
Yeah, but just gamble twice. What?
The card.
Raging Slaughter Beast. Hungering Slaughter
Hungering Slaughter Beast.
I was like, what? Yeah,
I went deep in the tank that you guys can't see. I was just like
head down in the tank.
Going through like FabDB like in my head. Like
opening all the filing cabinets in AJ's brain.
It's a SpongeBob meme. Yeah. They're like throwing papers all around.
What's his name? So we see another shunt. So this was a red Slaughter Beast, it must have been.
And then Graveling Growl.
Graveling Growl, yes. Graveling Growl, yeah.
It's 1L.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess the grave makes
He's a Graveling. It's him.
Him. You're attacking with a creature.
Yeah, the Graveling.
The Graveling. So James is doing a really good job. Still threatening damage and getting cards from him, but also keeping health high, which in Dory, that's really where you want to be. It's such a great hero for being able to block, because again, everything blocks for 3, and you don't often need 5 4-card hands to do a lot. Like 2 3-card hands, like this is probably the best deck in the game that uses 2 or 3-card hands.
I would agree with that, with one caveat. If a dash is set up.
Yes, if a dash is already set up. 2 blues, insane.
Let's go.
But Dory just by itself, 2 to 3-card hands, probably best in the game with them. So we're going to see pitch a red Stroke, and we're just going to swing for 3. So James still took some damage and doesn't have much of a crackback. Sometimes in Dory you can draw these all red hands. It's just like you have to block with your really good red cards, and then you have to pitch them, and you don't have a great turn. You do want a blue typically in every single hand, and not having the E-Pot available is unfortunate. So we're just going to see a block for 3, which, reading what that was, pitching a red, nothing else except for Arsenal. That didn't come into play when he had a counter. Very safe to just block for 3. Alright, so we see this card is nuts.
Yeah, swing big, right?
This
it's
card
just
is
8 damage.
So good.
But it has a downside.
Honestly, if I'm Dory, like, give him 3 cards, get a Quicken is kind of nuts.
Yeah, and then you just swing Dawnblade, and then they have to block it.
Yeah.
Or you can just do that.
That's not going to cover it up, though.
No, won't cover it up.
Why not give another card? Quicken is so strong.
Or the gloves.
Yeah, that's true. Like, give up some armor there. Oh, you could have done gloves and boots, and I think that would have covered everything. Or, because it's only a 5.
He only needed to do the gloves.
Oh, it's a 6. 1 for 6.
Red Shunt is a 6, so...
You're right. I would have definitely given my armor there.
Yeah, get the Quicken, then you have a free Go Again. But he has Go Again. We're going to see why, because you're going to see it. The card, the reason you can play Dory right now, if he plays it, is this Glistening Steel Blade.
Glistening Steel Blade. We're probably gonna see Tunic play it. Is he gonna pitch it?
No.
He must have another Go Again card. But that card is so insane.
Yeah, going down to 1 resource. Dawnblade for 3.
Alright, let's see if Ryan... I mean, you definitely have to read some sort of reaction here. There's no way he doesn't play that Glistening... unless he has another Go Again card, so we'll see. Because even if he does have a Go Again card, if it's not free, he's not going to have any... Oh, he does have Tunic, so yeah.
Yeah.
So we do have 1 floating and Tunic. So we'll see. I think Ryan might have said no blocks. Oh, this is a starter deck card, so I think it's just...
Thrust or something. No, this is the one that gives it Go Again.
Gives Go Again
and then plus 2 on the next attack.
Yeah, this card's very good. It's sort of like Blade Runner, but you can use it on 2-handed.
So Ryan probably still subscribes to the old adage that you don't block a naked Dawnblade.
Yeah.
But James' deck is literally made to punish that mentality.
Yep. I love that he's done this, where it's like people got used to playing against Dory a certain way, where it's like, okay, I'm going to block the second one. But James' deck is saying, I'm not even going to try to swing twice. I'm just going to pump this first one to where you took 9 where you thought you were just going to take 3. So we're going to see a Dawnblade for 5 because of that Go Again card, which I'm not sure the name of it. So
I think that one is a Run Through.
Run Through, I think you're right. Yeah. It was a promo, right?
It was a promo, but it was it's originally from the
starter deck.
The
battle.
The classic battles deck.
Yeah. I wonder if they'll keep that name for all the decks.
I really hope. And we lost some viewers. It's fine. But like James, if you're listening, James, if you happen to be watching this instead of one of your Nationals coverages, make them classic constructed, please.
Yes.
It just makes sense. They're called classic battles. You already have the blitz decks with every release.
And we've said the main format of the game is CC.
Yeah, and then give them a bridge.
Yes.
Give them a bridge to CC.
Yep.
And I think that was a perfect place to do it.
Yes.
Especially
with the price point, like you can add some commons and uncommons and stuff in there, and
a little bit of more rainbow foils in there.
Yeah.
A specialization or two.
Yep.
Definitely, I think that product is not a bad concept.
Yes.
But it was just poorly executed at the time.
Yeah, there needs to be some fine tuning for those future ones. Because without glistening steel blade, the deck is not worth buying, right? Like that's
not
the one
really.
part, yeah. And Reinar didn't really get better from that.
No,
either.
and actually he didn't even get a new Reinar.
No, he didn't.
Reinar again.
Yeah, Reinar again.
And a worse weapon.
Yes, literally a worse romping club. So yeah, there's definitely some work, some improvement that can be done there. But it is nice that Dorinthia, a hero that was amazing and just fell off, is now kind of able to compete at the highest levels again, as we see here.
Yep.
So we see Ryan having a, I think this was another Blood Rush turn. Oh no, it wasn't. So he must
have. Deadwood Rumbler.
He had
a Art of War.
Art of War turn, gotcha. Yep. So we saw the banish of the Beast Within, which is really nice to banish off Art of War because you get that extra draw. Very nice, kind of replacing itself.
Didn't look like he lost too much life either. I think he probably only hit right away.
Yeah. So
James is gonna swing the Dawn Blade, coming in for 3. Very consistent, methodical even.
It is, and he's kept up.
Surgical.
He's surgical, and he's kept up in life. Like this is really where you want to be, even if your turns look like mediocre. If you're keeping on par with life, like that's really where you want to be.
Yeah. I'm so happy we picked this matchup.
Yeah, me too.
I already knew that. I asked Ryan his record. I was like, "Are you 2-1?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm 2-1." I was like, "Well, you're probably on stream."
Yeah,
you're playing Levi. And then they were playing James, who's also 2-1, and still winning it. I was like,
great. Yeah.
Ship it.
Ship it. Oh, he's on trade-in, which is cute in Levi. It fills up the graveyard.
You can discard a 6.
Yep. Yeah. I like it. Oh, I could see Ryan playing it too because it intimidates if you discard a 6. That's cute. 0 for 3 go again if played from Arsenal is nice.
And then actually we're gonna get a draw off the Glint the Quicksilver.
Very
Something
nice.
I haven't seen very often.
He drew an Iron Song.
Into the Iron Song response for 3 more.
6.
And Ryan
3.
going like, oh, of course.
Take 4. It's a 2 block. That's
right.
It
Didn't even cover it up.
I think he just decided to use it because you don't know if he's gonna block the second swing. Might as well use it while you can. And we're just gonna swing. Oh, he's enough for those 2. So strong.
And the swing for 4. Not an easy cover up at all, but we're gonna husk it.
I mean, I guess we were getting close to the threshold of husk, but man, that
does not feel good.
Doesn't feel good. Yeah, you want to be able to husk something that was like, sharpened steeled into a Dawn Blade.
Absolutely, and we do have the Blood Rush Bellow.
Here we go.
So
Discard
here we go.
Romp, which is a 6.
Ryan's hoping to have a really big turn here.
So we're definitely going to see a claw.
Those draws needed to be something good.
Is that a Ghostly Visit?
It's a Graveling Growl is one of them.
I think the one behind it was Ghostly Visit, which not great.
No, neither of these is super impactful.
No, we're going to see a claw. 5 go again.
5 go again.
And then, so you should have none floating here, which I assume he'll get rid of.
Yeah, if you're Levi at this point, you really want that big tempo swing because you definitely don't want Dory to go into her turn with really any amount of cards.
No. Like, James can very much give a 3 block, take 4 this turn. You're still on parity with Levi and have a 3 card hand, 2 in hand, 1 in arsenal.
Absolutely.
Ooh, we see a full cover up, which is interesting.
Yeah, it must be. He must have kind of read the room and said, like, I don't think you're going to be able to really come in for too much here.
Yeah. And
Boneyard Marauder?
Boneyard Marauder, correct. Also a Team Covenant promo. The first one I think they did, right?
I'm so proud of myself.
Or after Scar for Scar. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, after Scar. So
yeah, it was the first one since Scar.
Yeah. So this is a red one. So it's 1 for 6, which is nice. You got to pitch the red Graveling Growl for it, and then we see multiple 6s banished.
Yeah, I think he did.
Swing big and another blood debt card. Are we at 6 blood debt? Oof.
Yeah, we're at 6 blood debt. We are getting to the dangerous kind of side where, I mean, if he takes blood debt here, that's a free command and conquer.
Yeah, right.
It's like James hit him with a free command and conquer or something like that.
It's crazy because, like, especially with Dory, like, you want to overblock to not lose, and then if you don't keep 2 cards as Levi, you are taking blood debt damage.
It's definitely a tough matchup for Ryan for sure.
Yeah.
And it's kind of one of those matchups where Ryan really needed those big Blood Rush Bellow turns to kind of pay off for him. That was definitely where he would have, turned the corner and really kind of put on the pressure.
And James is actually ahead in health after 2 Blood Rush turns. You only have 1 left in deck. So we're just going to see the old tried and true pitch Dawnblade. 2 floating, very nice. We don't know what that arsenal is. It is an unknown. Something like just a 1 for +3 would be so strong here. Because that means you could break Refraction and swing again, which would be a huge tempo swing. He hasn't actually blocked with Refraction. That's so odd. I don't know what he's saving it for, but I just often block with it right away, especially in a matchup.
Especially like this, where, and this just comes with matchup knowledge, right? There's really no on-hit effects on Ryan's side, unless, I mean, a Command and Conquer is still a thing, but Bolter's not really going to do much for you there.
No, because you have to give something else beyond just a card in that anyways. And you
I mean, it does. You can't defense react, right, to that point. So unless you're running Oasis Respite.
That's the one, 100%.
Which I think he is running.
Yes, I agree. I believe so, yeah. I don't know if you put it in this matchup, but he is. Oh, another Beast Within, so this is going to banish itself, so Levia will be turned on this turn no matter what.
Yep, it will go up to 7 Blood Debt.
Yeah, we're getting
risky here. Just got to keep the train rolling.
I really hope that's not how this game ends, because it's very possible.
I kind of hope it is.
We want to keep seeing Ryan lose to Blood Debt. Stop playing this game.
I mean, I don't want to see Ryan lose.
Yeah,
I don't want to see either of these players lose. These are both my friends. But, like, I wish there was a way they could both go to 3-1.
The Dragon Ball Z just...
But if the game has to end some way, and that would be hilarious.
That would be funny.
It's always funny.
So we saw Ryan just drew the 3rd Blood Rush Fellow. So I don't know if his hand is good enough for it. We do see a trade-in hand, not great in that.
Like, if you're Ryan, like, you just don't want to, like, say no blocks here.
Yeah, he has an Artivore and a Blood Rush, which those two together, not often what you want to see. Yep, so we're just going to see blocks. So I think that's a block for 5. So if James has a +1, a +3, he would get over by 1, which could be very favorable for him. So we see him, like, debating. He has a 3-card hand. Like, this is definitely...
Have you heard the Viking stream? Just
I think that was a judge in Viking. So we see him debating. He has a Razor in hand, which would get him over by +1, or by over 1 by 1. So thinking, big think. We're just gonna play a route. We're gonna play everything. Wait. Yeah, thank you.
We're going in
for 12. We went from
damage.
3 to 12. And Ryan blocked for 5.
Ryan has to take it. Take 7.
Take 7.
And now Ryan is dangerously close to just losing to Blood Debt at some point.
Yeah, one good reaction turn just like that, and then some Blood Debt, and you are not in a good spot.
So we're going to pitch just for the...
Oh, this is the
Oh, wow. Part. This is just to turn off Blood Debt.
I think. Claw, right? Oh, no, this costs...
No, Claw costs 2.
And this costs 1.
Yeah, and he pitched a yellow.
Wow.
So this is really just hoping to turn off Blood Debt.
Oh, that's so bad.
Unless there's something in the grave, or I think he arsenal a Graveling Growl. So if he banishes a 6 here, he should be okay.
You're right. Okay, I think that's the case, and this will buff the Graveling Growl.
Yeah, by a lot.
Yeah, it depends what color it is. I think blue is +3, red is +5.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see.
Yeah, that's gonna. Oh, it's actually
it's the ghostly, so it's for 6. I mean,
it's damage.
It's damage.
It's damage. Damage we didn't have.
Yes, and Blood Debt is turned off. So we did what we wanted to do. Not ideally, but it's damage. That's one thing about Levia too, and sometimes Azalea, is you have to take a lot of steps to just do damage. Sometimes.
Yeah, that's kind of like, again, I used to say like Azalea has the Runeblade problem without the Runeblade benefits.
Yes.
It's like you need a specific amount of non-attacks and attacks, and you have to go through this extra hoop of putting things in the arsenal, and like... Just like, why? And
you have no fatigue game because like your arrows might be gone at that point. It's just like a lot of downsides for a mechanic that doesn't give you so much upside, really.
Lexi's a little different. Lexi gives you quite a bit of upside.
Yes, 100%. So we just see the pitch glistening steel blade swing for 3. What are you going to do? You're getting kind of low. He has 10 Blood Debt. Literally any turn that he misses Blood Debt, he just loses.
And James got to 12 last time. This is the thrust card, I think it's called.
Yep.
It goes up to another. It's just a +3.
Yeah, this is that reaction.
James doesn't have... James could have really put on the hurt if he had another resource.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Thrust does cost 1, just like Razor Reflex.
Yeah.
And he could have cracked Refraction Bolters and swung in. Ooh, he rolled Scab Skins going in for...
3 actions.
3 actions. Ryan's like, let's go. Let's do some stuff.
Doesn't this have go again just by default, right? Like if you banish a 6?
So he keeps 3 action points.
Keep 3, so we might see 4 actions. Probably not going to happen.
It's going to have a card that says, lose all your action points, deal damage equals the amount of action points that you lost.
That'd be cool to like heal as much Blood Debt as you have or something. Like, you have to sacrifice a lot, I don't know, but... Okay,
so we did banish the Graveling Growl, which will satisfy Levia.
Very nice.
We fed the beast one more turn.
And we have 10 or 11 blood debt now. We're getting up there. So this is
6 damage go again.
That's
pretty respectable. I will say, if I'm James, I'm probably taking this one.
Yeah, why not? You've got him in lethal from any sword swing that's buffed.
It's just a big scar for scar to me.
Right, that's what it looks like. And Ryan doesn't have any armor left. So, like, Reprise is going to be active most of the time. But we see a 6 block. He's just going to keep his health high. Probably waiting for maybe a better hand to
another one.
Taking.
Why did we...
I don't know why we rolled scabs.
Why did we scab skin?
Maybe he was worried about missing because it has to banish to get go again. But, like, you did turn off.
But then it's also a gamble to roll scab skins.
You could have turned off your entire turn by rolling scabs. This was very interesting. He also doesn't have enough resources to swing claw either, so it's just going to be this and that's it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that was interesting. It's not the best time to get 3 action points. Okay, so we banished 2 more 6s. One of them is blood debt, so we're at 12 blood debt now.
Yeah, we're definitely in, like, if we ever take blood debt, we're dead.
We'd super dead.
Yeah, we're very dead.
So James could block 6 again and just pass, because, like, Ryan is almost playing against himself, but he's not going to
take it, so we're at 6 to 9.
Nice. So like we mentioned, Dory with a 2 to 3 card hand, which is technically a 3 card hand because we have a card in Arsenal, really scary. And we have a blue pitch. Like, this is ideal. With Bolter still up, Bolters when we save it for late game feels so good because you're not just blocking damage, you're blocking it's potentially a second swing, which is very likely here. And 2 cards still available to him. This is what Dory does. Like, you just have to give 2 cards.
Yep. You have to give 2 cards, and it looks like James actually has a way. No. I thought I saw him reaching for the tunic counter or the counter to do something, but
oh, tunic was up too. So next turn we will have a tunic counter, which will probably be very impactful.
Oh, Ryan rolling scab skins again. That's double. I need to take Ryan to Vegas, my man. Like, I need to like.
Okay, so he has a way to turn off blood debt again. Yeah, that he is not whiffed. He's rolled 4s, 4s, 6, 6.
Yeah, there was a time. Now, these are my dice. I know they're legal. But there was a time where we were playing with Ryan. It was early days, so it was Reinar.
Yeah.
Or no, it was Kaio.
Oh, wow.
So, and he was, like, doubling everything. I was like, at some point, I'm going to make you use the RNG app.
An app?
Like, I know you can't, like...
mess with that. So you see a Boneyard Marauder. We're going to just banish the first 3. If we whiff, we lose.
I see a Wrecker Romp, so we're good. We're alive.
What a scary deck to play, man. I could not do this.
Stressful
deck. So this is probably 6 damage.
There's a lot of misses in there, too.
Yes. We have Artivores, we have trade-ins. Like, there are many. Bloodrush Bellows. So this is probably 6 with another action point behind it. But we don't have a way to use these.
I just don't understand the rolling of the scab skins.
Wait, why did
we're just doing like 1 action every turn?
Yeah, why did he do that?
Maybe I'll need to have him explain it to me. Maybe he's trying to kill himself. What the?
He loves living on the edge as close as possible.
He's just trying to feel something.
So we see a 6 block. Yep, there we go. So we're probably going to see James keep taking 2 cards from Ryan every turn. And
yeah,
Levia often needs 3 cards to turn off Blood Debt. And once we get that hand... So we see Ryan already got 2 cards ready that he was going to block with. So we're going to see... If this is a red pitch, it's very easy. Yep. Very easy to read that this is probably nothing, but an Iron Song response is something. So we'll see. Block 6. Do we have
2 cards? No, he put more misses in there.
He did. You're right.
Yeah, those are the buff cards. So again, you know, we have to play the odds here a little bit.
So we have a Endless Maw again.
Endless Maw. He needs to hit a 6 here, or the game is just over.
This is lethal, which is nice.
Maybe he ruined his luck a little bit because he didn't roll scabs.
No, you're right. Why didn't you roll it now?
You need to keep the mojo flowing. Like.
So let's see what happens here. This would be lethal if he hits a 6, so it would be swinging for 9.
Oh, he hits the Graveling. Oh, he didn't. He missed. No!
He literally died to Blood Debt. Oh my gosh.
No, Ryan, what happened?
Oh, dying to your own hero.
So now that's 2 clips of Ryan on the stream dying to Blood Debt.
Stop playing the hero. It's confirmed that it's getting support in the next set, so...
Hopefully it's good support.
Yeah. Apparently it's Levia specific support based on a content creator, what they were told.
Mansant. Ethan Mansant.
Yeah. But Levia definitely, like, this should not happen.
No, you shouldn't just die to yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
And, like, you have to play so awkwardly a lot of times, too, to just, like, keep it going.
And, like, even something like Hexagore seems so strong, but it's unplayable right now because you just kill yourself more.
Now, Hexagore, would have actually been pretty good in this.
Yeah, he did have
game.
a lot of blood debt.
And a lot of turns where
he had extra action points.
He kept rolling scab skins and have extra action points and didn't really do anything with them.
Yeah.
And he had like 30,000 cards of blood debt. So that being said, we're going to throw it to the Be Right Back screen real quick. We're going to put out another thing on Twitter to try to get more people in here. Because we're going to be moving on to our top 4, which Dory should be making it.
Dory will, yeah.
We had 14 players today, so a 3-1 record should be good enough to make it. I don't think the bubble will be 3-1, and even if it is,
his loss was round 3.
Should be up there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll be right back. Make sure you share the stream. Anyone who's still watching, share it around. Watch it in between Nationals coverage.
Absolutely. We'll be back for a top 4.
Yep. All right, welcome back, Flesh and Blood fans. We are back with the semi-finals of our tournament today. The top four is super interesting. We have two Dromais, a Dorinthia, and a Bravo. Bravo has shown that he is pretty good into this meta. Dromai coming out on top, taking the first. Dorinthia, the dark horse of the format, actually doing pretty well here. Able to get in with a 3-1 record. We have, interesting enough, it's pretty crazy. We have a 3-0-1, a 3-0-1, and a 3-1, and a 3-1. Pretty clean split for our tournament today. Awesome rounds of CC. My streaming partner did have to head out, so it's just me streaming the semis and the finals. Again, if you are here and you're watching, please share the stream around. We want as many people to join in the conversation in our single love of this game of Flesh and Blood. What a great game so far today. I love it so much. We're having so much fun out here in Orlando, Florida at the Haven Games. I haven't plugged them much today, but I will say, if you can, please use my code Team ACG at thehaventabletop.com. Will save you 10% on all Flesh and Blood singles, and it helps me out, and it helps the store that is supporting us so much, able to bring you this great content every single week. We'll be back next week again with some more CC, and then we will be taking the following week off. Reason being, I will be in Charlotte for Nationals. I'll be playing in Nationals, ready to go for that one. Super excited for it. I'll probably be on Dromai. I think I have been swayed after this tournament and seeing really good Dromai play. The only other deck I was thinking about playing was Briar. I think Belittle Briar is actually pretty wild still, so I'm kind of on the fence there. But I'm excited to see exactly how Tom pilots this. How Martin pilots this Dromai against a Bravo. Bravo is pretty tough for Dromai. They're usually pretty fast and have quite a bit of pops, and so your dragons aren't as safe as they are in other matchups where your opponent may have one or two every other turn or so, but Bravo just has them constantly. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this match plays out. I'm super excited for it. And let's get right into it. Looks like Martin's actually going to start us off. He does get to choose who goes first. He is the higher seed here. He was our first seed of the tournament, and James actually snuck in at 4th seed. So yeah, it looks like Martin was able to actually start off the turn with able to get those early Ash tokens, and then of course we see Jamie. This is Jamie, not James. I am sorry, this is Jamie. We see Jamie actually able to put on some early pressure here with the Terra Sunder into the weapon swing. Pretty common play. We saw that from him last time he was on stream. It's just a really strong play. You know, it's 7 damage and dominate, and it's gonna usually get cards out of the Dromai player's hand. Now, the one thing is, it depends on how defensive or offensive this Dromai list is. Dromai, the lists that I've seen that have done well are kind of like 4-block dot deck. They have, you know, Sand Cover, Oasis Respite, Sink Below, and Fate Foreseen. You know, a lot of ways to get out of this. So if Martin did have it, he would probably slam it down, but it looks like he's not going to have it this turn. So he'd have to give up a 3-block and some armor, and it might be a little early for him wanting to do that. Hey, Esquire JJR is now following. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. Semi-final match, man, between Dromai and Bravo. It's a pretty awesome matchup so far, and it looks like Martin actually did have the Sand cover to be able to get out of this Terra Sunder play. Only having to give up the card from Arsenal and a card to pitch. Oh, actually, sand cover is free, but he did have to block with 1 card. So still give up 2 cards, still has 3 cards in hand. Looks like he's actually going to rake. Great event and coverage. Hey, thank you so much, man. Thank you. Able to get 3 Ashwings out here, and this is kind of how Dromai wants to, get some tempo, get these 3 Ashwings, come in, make Jamie have to use up his attacks, his good attacks, on popping Ashwings. It doesn't feel good. Looks like he is going to do so. We're going to leave the board with 2 Ashwings left. Jamie going to go into his turn. Now, the one thing that's interesting to note about Dromai is that Dromai doesn't get as good a use of the footsteps, because the footsteps don't really they don't trigger off the dragon. So a lot of times popping a dragon is actually the end of the turn. The only thing they could do is if they had the new boots out of Uprising, they have a one-time use of paying 3 and getting the action point back. But again, it doesn't save the dragon. The dragon still is popped by Phantasm. So we actually see the Chokeslam red here with Dominate. It's coming in for 8 damage. Martin doesn't actually have an Arsenal this time around, so he's not going to really have any way to get around being crushed here. Going to take 35. The crush does go off of Chokeslam. Jamie drawing back up. I see a Zealous Belting and a Pummel. Those are pretty terrifying. It looks like we're actually going to get 3 more Ashwings. This is a pretty common play that I've seen a lot of Dromais do, where you actually can, at instant speed, pitch another card for the Flamescale Furnace just to get that extra Ash, so you get the full value out of your Rake the Embers. And then, of course, another Ashwing gets popped. Another card out of Jamie's hand. And that's really what we're going to have to get through. We're going to have to get through all of these popping attacks. It's a game of attrition with Bravo. It usually is for the other player. But we have a Rouse the Ancients. Rouse the Ancients showing the Zealous Belting. Showing the other attack that came from Everfest. Blanking on the card name at the moment. But it did come from Everfest. It does have Heave. So we have 7 and go again off the Rouse the Ancients now. This is pretty hard to defend. You don't want to defend it because it's just damage, but now Jamie's hand is completely face up. If I had to guess on Jamie's side of the field, I think we're actually just gonna see make a token and swing, or just swing the hammer probably. The hammer would come in for 4 damage, but you get to save the Zealous Belting. So we do see Martin does have that sand cover, another sand cover in hand, but again, this is just damage. It just, how much do you want to mitigate and how much can you give up to where you still have a turn on your own side, to where you can still put pressure on the Guardian player and not just, do nothing, essentially, where they keep all the tempo and you just keep getting hit. You have to make them give up cards, and Jamie's doing exactly what I thought he would. Swing the hammer, come in for 4. We're going to Arsenal that Zealous Belting, save it for another turn, and just come in for so much damage. Zealous Belting is a card that just really came out of Monarch and has just been such a boost for these Guardian decks against Illusionist. Before, Illusionist was kind of a tough matchup for Guardian because they didn't have a lot of ways to clear shields and an aura back when it was Prism. And so once they found out that, once they started teching in that Zealous Belting, which back then it felt more like a tech, but now it feels more like an actual staple card. So we are going to trigger the Billowing Mirage, make an Ashwing, just keep up as many Ashwings as we can. Get another Ash from Dromai's effect. We did pitch the Erase Face. Erase Face doesn't really do too much against against Guardian. The only thing it really does is it turns off the seismic surge token. That's the only thing I can think of where Erase Face, it gets rid of all those talents and super type talents. So things like Draconic, things like talents and subtype talents or something like that. So Draconic, all the the Frost, Ice, Earth, Lightning, those things, it gets rid of all that. So the seismic surge tokens do affect your Guardian attacks, so they do lose that Guardian keyword, so they would no longer be affected under Erase Face. But here we see the Zealous Belting coming in for 5 damage and go again. This is for our semifinals. They are playing for a Waning Moon, so not quite the stakes that we see in national coverage, but all these players actually do want this Waning Moon. And shout out to LSS for providing such great prizing for these events. Even at the local level, people are still excited to get these cold foil, these play mats. I hope I see kind of an evolution of the Armory kit, maybe some more new things, maybe those dice we've seen on the Pro Tour streams. That would be pretty sweet. But definitely still love all the stuff that they've provided for these events at the local level, really supporting the local game store. And then just a debilitate for 8 damage.
What's up, boys in the chat? Oh, there's a tripod.
What?
I said there's a tripod.
Oh yeah.
Alright, what I missed so far?
Just Martin not being able to get any damage in, trying to swing these Ash Wings, being popped every single time. And Jamie, he's got a lot of practice against me on Dromai, so it's been really tough for Martin to really get through, and Jamie's able to keep on the pressure. This Zealous Belt, it was Arouse the Ancients last turn, and it's a Zealous Belting this turn, where it's like the second attack that you used to not really get from Guardian too much, but this new version of Guardian, it seems like the second attack comes a lot more often.
Okay. Yeah, I see he's got the... Oh, it's a red disable? Oh, interesting. Yeah, red disable hits for 8.
Yes, coming in for 8. Looks like we're going to block with the Vincerikai and actually use a Sand Cover. Not going to get crushed this time around. We still do have our 4 Ash Wings. No Ash at the start of the turn, though, and that could be relevant. Looks like it's not going to be. I don't see... He did have the Asval Eye, so he can't play that one, but it's going to be the Billowing Mirage for it, but it looks like a blue Billowing Mirage?
Yeah, that's definitely blue for...
No, it's coming in for 3. It is a red Billowing Mirage.
Oh, weird coloration from my eyes.
It's just small. But yeah, it's going to be the red Billowing Mirage, so the Dragons will have go again, so it looks like Jamie's going to have to give up another popping card, which is okay. Lose the turn here. Now, Martin is going to have an Ash token, which does matter if he draws into his 3rd and final Sand Cover. Looks like we have a Seismic Surge token coming down from Jamie's side, activating that Tectonic Plating. He has 2 resources floating. He does have the Terra Sunder. He's going to pitch it for a Spinal Crush. Very devastating effect if Martin doesn't have a way to defend this efficiently. So I do see what looks like a Sink Below in his hand, which could be pretty good here. So coming in for 9, you want to cover up 5 at least so that you don't get crushed.
You mean 6?
6. It's been a long day.
Don't worry about it. But yeah, and especially when it comes to the dragons, like the only value you get even trying to threaten having a turn for him to pop is with the go again.
Absolutely.
I see a couple of dragons in Martin's hand. One of them is Miragi though.
Yeah, Miragai. Which you definitely don't want to lose, right? You want to play that, especially in the Bravo matchup. It's one of those ones that feels really important.
If nothing else, it makes him waste a turn to try and get rid of it after you've attacked with it for, like, once, at least, without Phantasm.
So Martin really having to decide exactly what... All the cards in Martin's hand besides the Sink Below are cards that you don't really want to give up in the matchup. I guess the Yenderai is kind of affordable to lose, but the Burn Them All is a bit of a win condition in this matchup.
Kind of. I see a Sink Below, though, so he should be able to just block with the Yenderai and Sink Below.
Could do that, absolutely. Play the burn them all, play that, or just pitch the burn them all for the Mirage Eye, something like that.
One of those two. I think it depends on. So this question would depend on how many like reds you have to sustain the burn them all in your discard at the time.
Oh, he's actually gonna sink the burn them all. Didn't like it.
I guess he wants to save it for later, maybe. It's hard to say because he could have played the burn them all and save the mirror guy for the next turn at the very least.
The one thing it does do is it filters the card one card faster, so maybe you just get to see it later in the game if you get there, like just like maybe one turn faster.
Martin plays down the Miragi and tries to flip the card that he was about to pitch for it instead. That would have been a very interesting way to go about it.
So Mirage Eye, however you want to say it, is very important because it's going to make that first dragon attack each turn not have Phantasm, which, as you've seen this whole game, Phantasm has been pretty detrimental to Martin's side of the field. You know, every time he's gone to attack with his horde of Ash Wings, they just pop the first one, the rest of the Ash Wings don't get to attack. But now, Mirage Eye does get through, and actually Jamie decides to take all 3 of the Ash Wings for the first time this game. Going into Jamie's turn, looks like we're going to have a big one coming.
Yeah, if you're going to do that. Oh, hello. That's an Imposing Visage.
Imposing Visage is going to fish out a aura, right? So usually that's going to be Showtime.
Yeah, because then he just gets to search again and then swing into the mirror guy at the end of turn to go ahead and just clear it off.
Absolutely. And the cool thing about this play is that Showtime gets its enter the arena effect. But unlike Showtime being played normally, Showtime doesn't have Go Again, but this Imposing Visage does. So you get the enter the arena effect, but you don't have to worry about losing the action point. Yeah. So you can do exactly what you said, which is swing into the Mirage Eye.
Yeah. It is an expensive play, but like when you're dealing with talking about Bravo, it's like usually you have enough resources on an average hand.
Yeah, also he has plenty of time to do that, right? It's an expensive play, but he has time to take off. You know, it's not going to be too bad if... I don't think Martin has anything that's going to threaten these like big turns. It's not Briar, right? He's not going to play a Channel Mount Heroic and a Force of Nature and put him down by like 15 points this turn, 15, 20 points.
That's probably the biggest disadvantage that mid-range decks have against Bravo, is that they're never threatening something that Bravo either can't decide to take if they have a really good play like a Crippling Crush, or something that'll just, I guess, invalidate or rush them down before they have a chance to get to the cards they want. So... it looked like Martin was just about to put down the Passing Mirage, but that would end his turn, so hopefully he can do something else before that.
Would end his turn. He has a dragon. He does have a sigil, so he could just sigil here if he needs to go again.
Yeah.
The thing you're worried about is if you attack with a dragon and he pops it, then you can't play the Passing Mirage because you lose the action point. So that's kind of where you want to be, where you just, like, maybe you play the Passing Mirage. Is Jamie going to spend his big Showtime turn on killing the Passing Mirage? Probably not. He's probably going to actually just... This is actually an interesting play. We're going to pitch the Sigil into a Dunebreaker Centipede, get the Ash. Is Jamie going to spend a card to pop it, or is he going to take 5 here and actually go to even life?
Funny thing is if he does pop it, at least Phantasmal Footsteps can be used to get an action point back for a second.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Ooh, yeah, it's pop. That's Cranial Crush.
Cranial Crush will pop this. It will trigger the Phantasm. Looks like Martin is going to choose to actually if it were me, I'd activate the Furnace. I don't know if it super matters. Yep, so he gets 1 Ash from the Dunebreaker Centipede, 1 Ash from pitching. We're going to play a... Oh, and we're actually going to let these hit, and that's going to let us play the Passing Mirage. You know, Martin has to feel pretty happy about that. At least the fact that he gets the Passing Mirage out. However, he has to be kind of terrified that now Jamie's going to his turn with a 4-card hand and a known Crippling Crush in Arsenal.
Yeah. Let's, I was going to say, trying to look at Martin's hand to see if he has anything to help him out in this situation, because, like, the Oasis Respite, the, what was Sand Dune... What's the...
Sand Cover.
Sand Cover, there you go. Sand Cover, all those would be really helpful to him right now in terms of at least mitigating damage, even if he still has to discard.
And so we have a pretty typical play here, a dominated Crippling Crush. 11 damage, dominate. If it hits, you discard 2 cards at random. I did see a couple of the cards in his hand, in Martin's hand, are a little rough to have at this point. There's a Vincerikai, which costs 3, and I think Dracona Optimi, which costs 6. So,
Oh yeah, I mean, at the very least, he can block with at least one of them for 3. And I guess at this point, it wouldn't hurt to just lose them now compared to his other dragons, maybe.
so if he wants to keep them around, he can actually do something pretty interesting, which is play the Sigil on his opponent's turn, and then actually activate the Flamescale Furnace so that he can actually, like, you know, get another Ash, save a dragon. Maybe he wants to save the Dracona Optimi.
Or even if he has a sand cover, like the last red sand cover he might have. If he has any of those like red cards, he could use it to activate the furnace and at least get something back for it.
Because I think Dracona Optimi is a bit of a win condition. 6 Arcane is a lot, but it looks like he's going to choose to block with it.
Oh, there goes the win condition.
So we're taking 8 here.
Yeah, if you're going to take the damage that does enough for the crush effect, you might as well just block with 1 and then take the rest for now. Save the armor, hopefully, for something more useful later.
Right. Don't use the armor unless you knew you were going to stop the crush effect.
Jamie rolling it right off the table.
Rookies, right? You're the one. You're the good one. Yeah, you're the one who's good at rolling the dice over here.
Yeah, actually, no mishaps today.
Nope, just a blood debt splat. Right on camera, right in the end there.
Yeah. Honestly, like I said, the more surprising thing was in the turns leading up to it, where I tried to play multiple Dread Screamers, was that I kept hitting the 6s when I wasn't expecting to. And then there was none left for the Endless Maw.
And it looks like Jamie's just going to take all the baby dragons again.
It should have only been 1, because he didn't
Oh, yeah,
play
he just took the 1, yeah.
So we got the 1.
Tear Asunder. So this is going to be the question. Does Martin have the defense react? He does have an Oasis Respite.
Yeah. Okay, so that should be enough then.
He does have enough. He will have to give up 3 cards for it, though.
Yeah, but so long, like when you're Dromai and the red pitches can go ahead and at least gain you some Ash at the same time.
Yeah, it's not the end. It's not the end of the world for sure.
Plus, all you need is 1 red card to get your turn started.
He does have a Kyloria. I think we're going to end up arsenaling this Kyloria if I had to guess.
Depending on what is in his arsenal. Is it like a free play card? I didn't see what it was.
Yep, so he's going to have to give up at least one of these 3 blocks. I'd imagine it's the Command and Conquer, to be honest, but...
Yeah, I feel like that's the one that's hard. Ooh, wait, no,
actually giving up a piece of armor. I guess he doesn't like his hand right now. Maybe he's planning to quell at the end of this, because he still has the Oasis Respite.
Maybe. That would be interesting.
So blocking for 5 here.
Nope. Yeah, this is just a 7. He doesn't have anything. Jamie doesn't have anything floating, so that he can't use like a pummeler.
Correct. So is blocking for 5 here. Gonna tuck the arsenal. Draw another one. It is a Mirage Eye, which is a little redundant here with the passing Mirage out. Let's see what card we pitch for it.
I was gonna say, I think having both out is better though, because then you get to give him 2 different targets he needs to get rid of for the first dragon.
Yep, and since since Martin was lower on life, the Oasis Respite will actually gain him a life here. Shorten up the gap just a little bit.
Yeah, it's actually not a terrible discrepancy right here. This is not like game-deciding discrepancy yet. And he does get to actually pitch for the Kyloria now if he wants to summon that.
I think you definitely want to summon that. Your first attack actually has no Phantasm, so why not? Why not make Jamie have to actually spend cards on killing this Kyloria? This is probably the one thing I'm not super happy with in Dromai. It's really funny just from a logistics standpoint is actually having to flip the card every time, but here we go. Kyloria is actually going to make one, or I'm sorry, Dromai is going to make an Ash, then we're going to use one of the targeted Ash to make the Kyloria. Swing for 4, passing Mirage does take away Phantasm off the Kyloria, so this is 4 damage. If it hits, Martin will draw a card as Jamie does not have an item for him to snag.
Yeah, but he still has the armor, as Guardians do, so...
Gonna have to chew through it at some point.
True. And now here comes the little ones.
Let's see if Jamie actually gives up a card killing to pop an Ashwing.
He did use the crown to go ahead and cycle his arsenal, so he could have like an insane 5-card hand right now. Yeah, he just took the damage from the dragon, so I guess he really likes what he's got.
Yep. Shorten that gap just a little bit. 20-17 now. And here it is. Here's why Jamie decided to keep that hand. He's going to have the Rouse the Ancients play 7 damage and go again, showing those 2 attacks, getting it over 13. 7 and go again is pretty wild.
That's a very hard barrier to like block over, especially when he has another attack incoming right afterwards.
Looks like he showed off a last-ditch effort and a Spinal Crush coming in for exactly 13 there.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is with those other 2 pitches, he could just play the Spinal Crush right after that. So that's 7 and 9.
Definitely think that's what's about to happen.
That's ridiculous.
And this is where, if I'm Martin, you have to really start doing like threat assessment, right? Like what matters to you? What can you block reliably? The thing that's scary is that I guess he would have done it already, but oh wait, no, but he can still activate Bravo, I think, if the other card is blue. No, he can't.
No, not on the Spinal, no. I will say that it's more likely that Jamie will get rid of the Passing Mirage, so that Martin can't make use of it for. Ooh, he's just taking the damage.
I think if you're Jamie and you get rid of the Passing Mirage here, I think if you're Martin and Jamie gets rid of the Passing Mirage here, I think you're more than excited about that. Yeah, absolutely. This is the play I thought was going to happen. You're definitely playing the Spinal Crush here, putting on the pressure.
And that's why Martin saved his block for this one. That's
yep.
good, because now
good for him. He's still going to take 3 here.
I think that's a Vincerakai in his hand, so he might be saving it for that attack. So he can pitch a blue, Vincerakai.
100%. Vincerakai with the Passing Mirage out is huge. It's going to be 6 damage, threatening 9. No Phantasm.
Oh, yeah. And then he still has the Kyloria as a threat on the field in general. But now Jamie has to worry about getting rid of that. Or getting rid of the Passing Mirage next turn so that it doesn't stack up value for Martin.
Yeah, it was interesting to see that Martin actually chose not to use the Ghostly Touches either. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's because he doesn't have them or if he actually just chose not to use them. I have used Ghostly Touches against Bravo. 2 actual great. I didn't like it at first, but it has actually come around on me a lot, especially in this scenario where you have a Passing Mirage out. It actually does work on the Ghostly Touches as well.
Exactly. Or if you like late game, because you probably have some blues in there just to kind of mitigate some higher cost things, you're probably going to run Semblance just for those cheeky scenario late game. Like if you have like, I don't know how many damage counters you can get on a total of the game, but I feel like you can get up to like 14 reliably just for all the Ashwing pops. Like if you get to 14 counters and you have Semblance to protect it, like that is a lot of damage that they aren't expecting at that point. But that's just why I like Ghostly Touch at least.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ghostly Touch is a little bit slept on. It's a little bit of a niche card, so I understand why. I think people need to see it in action. I think people need to see exactly what it's capable of. There has also been a time where I've activated Ghostly Touch and swung without any protection, and they have to let it hit. They just didn't have the pop. And it felt really good. That was a gamble I had to take, but it actually ended up winning me that game. So
yeah, and then you get to do it again. And the fact that it's like, oh no, you have to pitch 3. You do have to pitch 3. Okay, but the fact that it's just always sitting there waiting to be activated at that point, it's pretty good. All right, so he did attack. So Jamie did block the Vincerakai and then pop the Kyloria.
Yeah, I was drinking water. Did Martin attack with the Ashwings first?
No, it doesn't look like
unfortunately, if I was Martin, I would have attacked with the Ashwings first.
No, because then the Vincerakai wouldn't have had
I meant after the Vincerakai.
Oh, after the Vincerakai.
Yeah, so before the Kyloria, after the Vincerakai.
Yes, I agree with that, yeah.
That way, if he wastes a pop on the Ashwing, I'm happy about that. If he eats the damage, that's damage I wouldn't have gotten. And so it's kind of my thought process. And then Kyloria, if he takes the 3 damage and then pops Kyloria, that's 3 more damage I didn't get. And then if he doesn't have the pop for Kyloria anyway, then he has to burn a card on it. So And then the third option is he actually pops one of the tokens, and then he has to actually attack the Kyloria or the Vincerakai.
Yeah.
So it looks like he actually just attacked the Passing Mirage. So the Passing Mirage is gone. So now we have a bit of a...
Oh, and now we've got an Uvia on the field.
Ovia.
Creating some more. So this is an interesting choice that Jamie's going to have to make. Because the longer that thing stays on the field, the more ash it's going to generate as value. But at the same time, like, Vincerakai, if he waits for Vincerakai to attack when there's like some sort of protection... Nope, never mind, it's popped.
Again, I think that comes from a little bit of being used to the deck, being used to the matchup. I think you definitely swing with the Ash Wings first there.
Yeah.
You make him have to actually attack the dragon. If he has the pop, he has the pop, but he's going to spend it on the Ash Wing instead of the Vincerakai.
Yeah, and now we're coming in with another Zealous Belting, so it's going to be 5 go again and probably to a 6 Hammer Swing into the Uvia.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a very precarious turn for Martin to navigate. With 5 damage and go again, you know you're at least getting hit for 6 on the weapon swing at minimum.
Yeah, and that's not even taking into account whether or not he might. I think he just has 1 card.
One card in hand,
no
one card in hand. It's probably going to be a weapon swing after this, or just an arsenal. I don't know. If I can't imagine he would play Zealous Belting and not have the follow up. So
yeah,
most likely we're going to just get a weapon swing here for 6. We're going to give up the Dust Up.
Mm-hmm.
He's getting ready to have that. He has that Sink Below ready.
Oh no, he's swinging into Martin, forcing more cards out.
Oh yeah, I definitely knew. I thought he was the whole time he's swinging into Martin for sure. With that hammer, 100%. Yeah, you definitely keep the pressure up here. You have the pops for the dragons for days.
That's
honestly,
true.
like,
That's true. You only have to.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, and you're also up by 17 life. So even if you happen to draw a not popping hand, okay, take 5, go to 12, probably have it next turn.
Yeah, the only thing I was gonna say is that maybe if Martin were to have like another something to block or to like remove Phantasm, either with Miragai again or another Passing Mirage, then Jamie would have to worry about that all of a sudden. But even then, like you said, he has enough health to buffer him through all of that, so I don't think it's too big of a deal. Yeah, Martin's running really low. Against Guardian, I never like to have this much of a health discrepancy when they could just tank whatever you do for a turn and then just come back at you with a dominated attack. Unless I were like a character who plays defense reactions or instants more. But yeah, literally Jamie could just tank anything that Martin throws at him this turn, or even just pop something.
Right.
I saw a Terra Sunder in his hand, so I think...
we're at least getting that. There's also a Crippling Crush, I think.
Yeah.
We're getting something big.
Yeah, Martin does have like technically 2 armor pieces that block for 1 more each, but I don't think that's enough to save him at 3 health against
he even has
Crippling.
3 actually.
Oh yeah, the Quell.
Yeah. Quell.
So he does get he gets pretty good value out of a random blue. But I don't think that's enough if he dominates a Crippling Crush, unless he has the Sand Cover or Oasis Respite. Something to block more than just like your average thing against Dominated.
Absolutely. Taking a check through those graveyards. Now the winner of this will move on to the finals. They're going to be going against either James on Dorinthia or Tom on Dromai.
Yeah, something to get me one of those, ooh, that's interesting.
I did not see the Command and Conquer coming.
He has an Erase Face, though, like, oh, he didn't have enough because he didn't have 2 cards in hand.
Yep.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Because that Erase Face would have been way better to make it so that, like, Dominate... No, even Bravo's ability says it's any 3-cost card or higher, so it doesn't even need to be a Guardian card.
I think we're definitely just going to see a dominated Crippling Crush here. Yep. Here comes the Bravo ability. We have the token.
Just to make sure, you know.
Yeah, we're going to make another token. Oh, and just a Chokeslam.
But that's probably the red one, because he has been playing the red, so that's still 8.
Chokeslam coming for 8. We do actually have the armor to stop most, like, to live.
Yeah.
Because we did have a Sink Below in hand.
Yeah, and he's got the 3 armor, so if he blocks 3 plus... Yeah, that's more than enough to make it so you don't die at least. And then he can do the funny thing where he cracks the Silken Form.
Yeah, should he choose to. He can still Quell here and actually choose to activate Silken Form. But I don't know how much value that really is for him at this point because, I mean, I guess it gives him something, right? And you have all this extra Ash anyway. You just maybe make sure that if you draw into a sand cover that you have the Ash for it.
Mm-hmm.
So I see he's probably going to activate the Silken Form. Oh no, actually not going to.
Well then. I will say I would have sunk the... I don't know what color that
So,
Sweeping Blow is,
The
but...
boots should be dead.
Yes.
It's okay.
Okay, so whatever the Sweeping Blow is, it was high enough to pay for the Erase Face, but I think Erase Face is a good card in this case, because
Yeah,
the
2 cards.
Seismic Surge will not work with it. If he gets hit. People underestimate the power of even if Erase Face didn't have like a hit effect, like just doing raw damage. Just nothing fancy, just consistent value for a single card in pitch.
They're double checking Bravo, his ability, like what it cares about.
I knew that would come up because that's why I was saying it's like, oh no, he just cares about 3 costs
No,
or higher.
absolutely. The only thing that it does affect, I talked about it earlier, is actually the Seismic Surge tokens.
Yeah, unless what does Terra Sunder say? Terra Sunder, I think,
your
is
next
Guardian.
attack, too.
Yeah, so Terra Sunder is Guardian, but that would take away the Hammer's Guardian status too.
Correct. So it would nerf Terra Sunder. But will not nerf this. Here we go.
Yeah, that...
Crippling Crush Dominate on 1 life. That is the game.
Unless there was some weird... I was thinking about this. If there was some weird instant to turn each of those Ash Wings into like a Spectral Shield effect, that would be kind of crazy in this scenario.
Absolutely. So Bravo will be moving on to the finals. I'm going to leave you here with Ryan for a second. I'm going to go check on the other game. I will be right back and let you know exactly where we are and see how long it's going to be until that finals match. One moment. I'm going to leave it with Ryan. I'm going to put you on camera, bud.
Woo!
Hello? Oh well, maybe not. I'll just leave you on this screen. You can talk.
All right. All right, how's it going, everybody? How many people we got? 6 viewers. Awesome. I was gonna say I've spent most of my day out there, actually playing. Unfortunately, didn't make top 4 Levia. You know, you guys saw how the final round went. But I'm feeling still pretty good about Levia in terms of like moving forward. I mean calling, of course, because I didn't qualify, unfortunately. But I think Levia is fun. I think she just needs like a little bit more consistency to not kill herself. But, you know, when you want to play fast and hard with Levia or with a Brute in general, you kind of have to risk that consistency to go for the big damage. Especially when you're racing against other aggro decks. But you do kind of have a hard time against Guardian when they just face tank your damage to Crippling Crush and have you die to your own Blood Debt late game. I am excited to see what comes out for Dynasties for regular Brute and Levia. I did hear rumors that there were already word was going around that there was going to be Levia-specific cards, so I think there's going to be talent-specific cards for all the heroes that are out right now. Now, I don't know how that fits into whatever they were planning in terms of Chain and Prism getting banned. It would be funny to see if we get like a Prism card, like a Prism-specific card, or a Prism... not necessarily Prism specific, but something that was designed for like her in mind, but then now she's banned and constructed, so I don't think we'll suddenly see an uptick of Prism played in Blitz just because they give her some new cards, so that'd be a little disappointing on that front. But I am excited to see what comes out for either. I think the Royal thing will mostly be played in Blitz formats, like with the crown and everything. I don't like usually when Crucible War Everfest came out, they had some certain like gimmick cards. They felt like the kind of type that wouldn't be played more in CC. They felt like they were more of like Blitz text for certain characters in Blitz or certain playstyles in Blitz. But we'll see. If Royal becomes like a regular type and the crown is played in CC in some way, that would be exciting to see. Probably one of the things I would like to see in Dynasties is something that makes a regular Ranger, or at least the regular Ranger equipment for Azalea, a little more interesting to play, or a little more, I guess you could say, worth it to play. Consider it, and kind of make the trade-off for switching to, what's her face? Lexi, kind of like a little more impactful for switching to Ice with the Ice fusions to get the effects to go off. But kind of making them stronger. Versus just having the on-hit effects being inherent to Azalea, but not having the benefit of just choosing Go again a bunch of times in one turn. It'll be interesting to see, though. I do still hold out for Azalea one day, getting her spotlight, but I think it's a little far away for her now until she gets something to help her separate or make her stronger in a different sense than Lexi is. The other thing is, like I said, more consistency cards for Levia. Levia's powerful, and she does have the appropriate drawback, but I think compared to certain other cards that were spiking in Monarch, and even in Aria by comparison, she's the only one with like a serious drawback compared to how you would play some of those aggro decks. So it'd be nice to see something that like gives her a little bit of forgiveness if you can set it up. Even if it's just like a one-time item pop or a one-time item that you have to set up to be like, okay, maybe this one time you break this and then it banishes a card from your graveyard, so you still have to have it there. That'd be nice, you know. Just a little nice. Give her a little forgiveness for going all in, playing to her character. But until then, I think she's still strong and still has her place in the game right now. The only thing is, like I said, the two decks you really have to worry about, depending on how you build it, is Guardian and Dorinthia. Because Dorinthia, it's like... you feel like you're going more aggro, so hopefully you don't have to worry about keeping pace with her to do damage. But at those times where you maybe want to block it out late game, you're not going to have any defense reactions to hit over her anything she saves in her hand, and even if you did, if you don't have cards that you can play, like a card to pitch from hand and a card from Arsenal to play at that point, you just don't have anything to cover your blood debt for the next turn, so you're kind of like boned there. That's probably the one thing that hurts about Levia the most, is that when you start turning on the gas late game, you have no recourse for like taking a turn off if you either get a bad hand or you just have to block your opponent's insane stuff. So you just have to hope that you keep giving out some insane pressure each turn that your opponent can't ignore, or your opponent can't hope to keep up with whatever they throw back at you. It's a little unfortunate, but I think it's fine. Hello? Is this on? Okay, yeah, this was... Hello? This has not been on this whole time. Hello? Hello? Alright, welcome back, folks. We're about to get into this final round. Let's see what we got. Yeah, oh, they've already started, actually. So we're starting off with a red Doombreaker Centipie from Tom, creating an Ash at the start of his turn. Creating 2 Ashes, I guess. Oh. Did he... Kind of confused. Oh, okay, so he pitched a blue and then used the... one of the floating resources to activate the boots, and he got the Ash from the popping of the Centipie. Okay. That makes sense. Ending it off with a Dust Up that forces a few more cards to block, which is good, especially considering one of those was a Pummel, which is always nice to get out of Bravo's hand turn 1. Tom only is ending the turn with 1 Ash to start, but I think starting with an Arsenal and getting some of the cards out of Jamie's hand initially is a good start for Dromai in this matchup. We see Jamie's got the Pulverize. Okay, so he's coming in with a Debilitate for 8 probably. It's probably the red. Otherwise he would have just pitched for a Seismic and a Hammer Swing. I don't know. Have you seen Jamie get a Pulverize off like this entire day?
No. Is he? Sorry, is he actually playing Pulverize?
I see. I think that's what that is in the pitch. The card underneath the Thunderquake.
Okay.
It is definitely a red because he pitched the red first, then the Thunderquake. But it looks like a Pulverize, and I think it's not impossible if you get the Heave and a Seismic Surge with the Tectonic Plating to get it out.
Absolutely.
But it is a big ask.
It can be, for sure. I mean, it's a big tempo swing, too. 14 damage is nothing to scoff at, and lowering the next attack by 4. Now, a lot of times against Dromai, that's just going to be an Ash Wing, so who cares? But, yeah. I mean, it's just a really big card, and if they don't have the Ash Wing, it could matter. Dust Up would hit for 0, things like that.
Oh, the Ravenous Rabble coming in for 2 because of the blue
no,
off the
we
top.
Revealed the blue. Hopefully, if we get any big dragons out and we have to start revealing cards off the top, this is the one bad luck that Tom's gonna have.
Oh yeah, you gotta get that Tumultai or Dominia out as soon as possible because those are kind of like your big power cards against the Guardian.
I'll be honest, when I'm playing Dromai against Jamie, I usually don't even get the dragon out until like he tells me whether or not he's gonna pop it. I'm just like not even worth it. I'm like, I'm swinging Kyloria. Are you gonna pop this, or can I actually go fish out the dragon?
I see what you mean. Even flipping the card
Yeah,
around, just saving the space, saving the durability on the dragon shield just a little longer.
Just a little bit, you know, because I flipped the card over. Tom actually goes and gets the spiffy
Rare.
Marvel Rare out the side. I need to start doing that. I got a playset. I'm not using them at all.
Funny enough, just from random pulls, because I didn't even trade for them, I got a playset of Kylorias now.
So going back to the game, looks like we actually got a Rouse the Ancients off, coming in for 7 damage and go again. This has been a bit of a haymaker this time around.
Yeah, I feel like compared to Martin, who is definitely picking up Dromai recently, Tom has been practicing Dromai a lot lately, so we might see a bit of some different play lines coming from Tom by comparison. Interestingly enough, we see Tom block with Miragai, which is one of the cards you think that he keeps, like, guaranteed. Oh, and into the Spinal. Maybe Tom realized that he was going to kind of get blown out this turn, so there was no point in trying to keep it. I feel like you block with the Sand Cover, and then just... Yeah, I think you can take the 5 here. Looking at Tom's hand, he just has the Oasis Respite and the Passing Mirage. He's probably just going to try and attack with the Kyloria and then just have it pop. And then Arsenal the Oasis Respite at the end of turn. Yeah, it looks like it's the play. And I guess if... No, it's just not going to have go again. Okay. Jamie might not even block it then. Even if he draws a card, it doesn't matter. Or just play down the Passing Mirage. That was the other line of play I was thinking about. And then you get to Arsenal the Oasis Respite for one of Jamie's big attacks later. Starting off with the Seismic Surge, as you do. And then just a hammer swing into the passing Mirage. Okay. So that kind of let Tom get tempo back so he can play out the Miragi in his hand. Sweeping blows. I see he's got a lot to play with in his hand right now, so we might see a lot happen this turn. Tom does need to play one of those cards first, hopefully by pitching a red, so he can start generating some ash first. Looks like he's going to start with the Doombreaker Cenopai. So he's going to create one ash because that is a red he's pitched. He has a couple more reds in hand, I think. One of them is definitely Miragai. Ooh, and Jamie doesn't pop it. That's an imposing visage that he's blocking with. So he's going to take the 2 damage here. Thank you, Jamie, for putting up the damage there. And then here comes the Miragai, so he gets to replace... Oh, no, he doesn't get to replace it. That's a blue pitch he just sent out.
Nope, so we're going to use up that last Ash on getting the Miragai out.
He just made the Ash, too, so... But yeah, I think that's a good value, especially when you have Kyloria still on the field that doesn't have Phantasm now. And Tom still has the Oasis Respite in his arsenal to block a big attack if he needs to later.
Tom kind of putting on a clinic on how to run this Dromai deck against Bravo. He's kind of lower on life now, for now.
But the difference isn't that big just yet. 7 health difference is not terrible. It was like I was saying before, Martin just kind of picked this up recently, the Dromai.
Yeah.
But Tom has been playing this for a couple weeks now, so he's definitely been getting the rounds in to see what he needs to do against what could be seen as probably one of his worst matchups. I actually wouldn't know the details about that, but you would. So what do you think the Bravo matchup is normally for Dromai?
Against Bravo?
Yeah.
It's pretty terrible. I'll be honest. It's a nightmare. Like, Oldhim is not so bad because it's a lot slower, so you have time to kind of set up. It's more methodical. Bravo is like, hey, I'm going to pop that, and on the return, I'm going to crack you back for like 5 and then 7. Or 5 and then a crippling... Something crazy. Like Spinal Crush.
Far more
like
aggressive.
Far more aggressive. You don't have the time to kind of get... You lose some ground, try to gain back some ground, try to gain back some of that board presence. And it looks like Jamie's just going to take this Command and Conquer, lose the card that was in his arsenal.
That's kind of... I guess it wasn't anything important, though. Because, like, he still has the health lead. He still only has a 1... Oh, because he wants to save for, one of those.
Yep. Crippling Crush.
Wait, but I see the Sand Cover and the Oasis Respite in Arsenal. Yeah, Tom doesn't care about this. He's got everything he needs.
Tom has everything he needs. And if he really wanted to, he could block the whole thing.
Yeah, and the cool thing is that he can save the Miragai for later and just swing with the Kyloria during his next turn for free. That's actually kind of crazy. Woo! There it is.
So he's going to get an extra Ash from pitching the red card, get the Oasis right, gain a life, take 3 from the Crippling Crush, and that Crippling Crush was not very crippling at all.
No, especially because now he gets to pitch the last red in his hand for the Dragon, and then attack with Kyloria. Oh, and there's another Kyloria in the pitch. Attack with Kyloria without Phantasm for 4 with Go Again and draw a card with the hits.
Yep, so 4 Go Again.
That is pretty impressive.
Blocking with 2 cards, not going to swing with the Miragai. Don't blame you.
Oh, that's so good, though. That's so valuable. Like, taking 2 cards out of a Guardian's hand for a 4 attack, that's so good.
Yep, and then just a weapon swing into the Miragai, losing that.
Tom definitely feels like he's got a bit more to work with this game, but those are all 3 Miragais in the discard I see.
Yeah, so the only thing we could hope to get now is like passing Mirage or something like that.
And we know at least 1 or 2 of those are gone too, because I think he did play one early and that got popped early. So, and then he had one a few turns ago that also got popped. So he's only got 1 left. What do you think of playing Remembrance in this matchup to get those essential cards back? If you know you're just gonna get like crippled and crushed certain turns. AJ. I was saying, what do you think about Remembrance in the matchup against Bravo to recycle just those essential cards?
I mean, I've definitely thought about it. It's come up. I actually felt like I needed Remembrance more against Oldhim than I did against Bravo. Again, the Bravo matchup is typically just so fast that I don't think you typically get there. But it's definitely a thought. I definitely agree. The thought is there. Also, it kind of runs contradictory to Burn Them All. So Burn Them All, you are actually playing as like a win condition against Bravo typically.
True. That is a powerful card.
Yeah, and so that's cards you lose from Burn Them All if you Remembrance them back. It could matter. It's just definitely like they don't synergize very well.
Even for the passing Mirage, then, because the passing Mirage is not something you worry about for the burn them all.
I think I would recycle. I know what you're saying. I still think if I was playing Remembrance, I'd rather shuffle back Mirage Eyes.
Yeah. Or maybe strategic planning, maybe, or something to get some
strategic planning. Strategic planning is only a 1-for-1, so
okay. At least strategic planning. You can pitch into it to generate an Ash. 2, you can block with it if that's a better option, and 3, it does draw you an extra card at the end of turn, so you always have an arsenal. Strategic planning is a pretty dang good generic card, in my opinion.
It's okay. Definitely interesting, and definitely I would see it against Fi, because you can use it like offensively against Fi, like as a way to get rid of that Phoenix Flame that they start with, and makes their early game plan a little less good.
It is. Unless in response to strategic planning, they pitch a blue to get it back.
Yes.
But, I mean, to be fair, if it's not the very first turn, that's one less blue they'll have on their turn, which is pretty good. And Tom showing off that black Ashwing there.
Yeah, that marble Ashwing coming in clutch.
So good. It's so good looking, dude. Like, even more so than just the full art dragons, like the fact that the Ashwing just looks different than the normal one.
Do you know what's funny to me? I actually prefer the look of the regular Ashwing, I think. I just like the silvery, cold foily.
It does look silvery, and it does kind of look more like ash than
than the mean one. Is this finals? Muck Duck, this is finals. Welcome to the final match. Jamie versus Tom. Bravo versus Dromai.
Ooh, that's a Dominia on top too. So Jamie does know it's coming though, which is kind of nice. Did Jamie just save a big hand? Oh, yep. There it is.
There
I literally was like,
Thunder
didn't he just
into the weapon swing. Does Tom have the D-React to get out of it? The D-React or the instant. And this is a turn where Tom probably wanted this hand. He really wanted to get that Dominia out.
He does have armor. He does have full armor right now, actually. So he could block this out pretty easily.
Yeah,
just one card from hand, and then the 2 armor pieces. He can block this out pretty easily.
The Vincerikai is pretty not good right now.
It does really suck when you do have to block with armor against just a Terra Sunder Hammer Swing compared to like a Crippling Crush or something, because that's like... I mean, you still want to block it out, but the fact that you have to block out everything to stop the 2 discard is kind of like... it just feels bad. But I didn't see what he arsenaled, so I don't know what that is down there. I feel like if... it was something he could play to defend, he would have played it immediately. Like, I feel like it would be a no-brainer to just play a 4 block from Arsenal and block with 1/3 block. So, he doesn't really have a choice otherwise. It's either something from Arsenal or the 2 armor pieces to stop the discard.
Yeah, absolutely. If he wants to stop the discard. Now, what he could do is actually just eat it, but that is a lot of damage, and then we know this deck doesn't want to take damage.
No, you never want to be that far behind of a Bravo,
but you get to choose the cards you do discard, though, so...
That is a benefit, yes. Thankfully. Funny thing I always think about with this card when you're playing Brute at least is that if you discard a beast with it, you at least get to replace it, so... You know, for a small health cost, you know, a small to big health cost, depending on your luck. I love the idea of just banishing 7 cards before I hit a 6, and losing 7 health off of an already oppressive Hammer Swing.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen Tom actually take quite a while to decide his blocks for an attack like this. So he must be in a tight spot with what I think his resources resources are. If I can talk correctly for a second.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the case, right? We haven't seen... This game was pretty high flying for a while here, but now we're getting towards Blitz life, 25 to 25, a little bit over that. Having to decide exactly what we want to block with here in order to keep the game going, keep the momentum on our side as much as possible. No timer during finals, so they have all the time in the world, really, but hoping they kind of keep up the pace. I did enjoy the pace up until this point, so but this is this could be a pretty pivotal turn.
For Tom, yeah.
Yeah, for both of them. I mean, if Tom gives up the wrong cards, or if Jamie's able to connect with this 7 Terra Sunder play, then that's 2 cards out of Tom's hand, and Tom just doesn't have any of those easy cards to use, like an Oasis Respite or a Sand Cover or even like a Sink Below or something?
Not this time, no. I feel like the easiest play for Tom is just to block with a card from hand and the 2 armor pieces. Maybe he's just deciding which card to give up from hand because he want. Oh no, he just took. Okay.
Yeah, I actually agree with this. If I was in Tom's position, I think I'd do the exact same play.
Okay.
The 2 cards don't matter too much. You're keeping your life high by blocking 3. You're keeping the Dominia, and I think the Dominia is going to end up in the arsenal if the arsenal is a sigil.
Yeah. Ooh, if it is a sigil, then at least he gets the go again off the Ashwing.
So we're going to make an Ashwing off Ovia at the start of our turn. And yep, we're going to swing the Ashwing. We're not threatening go again yet. So what I think is going to happen here is going to pop it. We're still going to sigil, even though that will give it go again. We're still going to lose the Ashwing, but we're getting the sigil out of arsenal and putting in the Dominia.
Yeah, I think I didn't know it was a sigil, but sigil is definitely a great choice to kind of like play towards because I mean you get back most of the health that you just lost, but you just lose the card.
Another Terra Sunder into another weapon swing, but we do have the Sand Cover this time with exactly one.
At least
ash
1
left.
3 block, 1 ash and at least 1 3 block in hand. So that's very helpful in this scenario. Although if he does do that, he does. Well, it's just delaying Dominia 1 more turn.
It is delaying Dominia 1 more turn, but I don't think we had the blue for Dominia anyway.
I don't think it's hard to see from this angle, but yeah, I think Tom knows that it's better to just give up the Sand Cover and Ash for now, and then just make 2 more hopefully on the next turn with the sweep.
Interesting thing about Sand Cover too, it just gives it ward 4 and you don't get to choose the target. So if there was some way to sneak over a point of damage from something else, now Guardian doesn't have that, but like something like a Wizard, right? You're trying to Sand Cover like a, I don't know,
Sonic
Boom, or like a Aether Wildfire or something, and then they like ping you for 1 after the Sand Cover resolves, and that 1 eats up the ward 4. So
that's exactly why Kraken's Aether Vein is so cracked. We just need more of that. Just an instant ping whenever you want. So, I wish. It's a cool weapon, but unfortunately not as useful as the Waning Moon right now, which was designed to work a little better with Icelander and even Kano if you wanted to play it, but...
Absolutely.
So
I
Tom's
think
still taking his time, though.
I think what's giving Tom a bit of pause here is that giving up the last Ash is actually not feeling good here.
No. And he is giving up the Sweeping Blow, which would at least replace it next turn, it looks like. If he's deciding to.
Yeah, I think if it were me, it's hard to say, but I think I give up the Command and Conquer and the Sand Cover.
Yeah, because, like, when has Jamie ever cared about, like, Command and Conquer so far?
I think it would matter. I mean, he's going to definitely arsenal a card, and I think that's what is giving Tom pause, is he really wants to probably play the Command and Conquer.
There we go. Yep, it looks like he's kept the Command and Conquer, so that's probably what we could expect to see next turn. Or he could play the Dominia. No, wait, he has no Ash. Never mind. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, we're just going to play this...
Rake
the Embers.
Okay.
Gonna gain 2 Ash. We're gonna turn one of those Ash into an Ashwing, and we're gonna swing for 1 here.
Interesting.
Do you have the pop? Well, we know he has the pop. We can see them in hand. It's just like, are you going to? Yes, he is. Lose that Ashwing.
I think that still works for Tom in the long run. Like, even like during one of the matches I saw earlier against an Oldham, he actually did run out of poppers eventually. I mean, I don't know if they want to play till that point in the game, but it does eventually happen. And Jamie retaliating with just 8 and 2 floating. Yep, there's the pummel.
Yep, there's the pummel. We've been waiting all game for it.
Ooh, he discards a burn them all, though. I couldn't see what the other card was in his hand. Oh, Passing Mirage.
Passing Mirage.
Not terrible.
Not
so, yeah,
terrible,
that's
but...
pretty good to leave off on, especially if he can summon Dominia next turn, which would be pretty insane to keep up for multiple attacks. But I think Jamie is going to probably just immediately pop it. Oh no, Zealous Belting. Okay, so he's going to Zealous Belting
and then pop it. And this is what I was saying. Zealous Belting has just proven to be such an important card to these Guardian decks. I think people kind of didn't see it at first, and they were using it for Prism, but we're just seeing it's just given a speed to Bravo that he didn't have.
And especially when it comes to either racing or like just trying to do more in a game than just block, swing, hammer. I think it's better for keeping tempo in the long run. Ooh, and there's a Chromite too. Hello. So there's Chromite and Dominia.
So yeah, we're gonna swing with that Chromite first. No matter what, we're gonna bonus out an action point here.
Yep.
So we're gonna pop the Chromite, and then we're gonna reveal. We're revealing a blue Ember blue Ember Moss Centipie. That is the most devastating, unfortunate outcome from that Dominia. So sad to see it. F's in the chat for Dominia, and it's gonna get popped. And I've said it so many times. I said it. It's just so debilitating and devastating when you get hit by that blue card. You have to play them if you're playing the big dragons. You just hate to see it in pivotal moments like this.
Absolutely, and honestly, Tom, as someone who also appreciates Brute, I feel some of that connection to my games of Levia earlier, where I, the bad banishes, the die to blood debt at like 18 for 18 damage or something at the end of the game. It feels very reminiscent of that. You gotta play them, but you also trip over them at some point. And at least he gets to make 2 Ash here. I feel like, that was just the worst time with Dominia of all things to play the second time. He at least got the Crippling Crush. Like, Jamie block with the Crippling Crush, that's one less to that.
That's a Crippling Crush that's not coming at your face.
Exactly, that's one less they has to worry about. He gets a Vincerikai out, which is kind of interesting off the Sweeping Blow. So he still has an Ash remaining. He's got 2 powerful dragons. One of them, Jamie can pretty easily ignore, but he probably should get rid of the Vincerikai before he gets something to remove its Phantasm. I don't think he has anything left to remove Phantasm now that I think about it. All 3 of the passing Mirages are gone, and so is the...
all the Mirage guys.
Yeah.
And this could kind of be where it starts to fall apart a little bit. There's going to be no real,
And there's another Zealous.
As long as Jamie... If Jamie were to look through his grave and actually take a, kind of stock of that, see that he has no way to protect from Phantasm, the only other thing he would have is Chromite. I don't know how many... I know I've seen at least 2. I don't know if we've seen the 3rd Chromite.
I see a Chromite in his hand right now.
So there you go. So we have 1 more Chromite, and then it really is curtains for any kind of, protection against Phantasm on dragons.
Yeah. Not great for Tom right now, but he does have a Sink Below that he just used, and he's a Sink Below that I know is still in his arsenal, that he arsenaled last turn.
And here comes that Chromite.
Chromite's such a good-looking dragon, too.
I agree.
The artwork on that one is so nice. The silvering.
Chromite getting popped.
Wait, he has another Chromite in hand.
And then Vincerikai coming in. Getting popped. And then we're going to actually make an Ash. Probably just via the chess piece.
Just to create some Ash on the way out. And he does have another Chromite for later, at least. This is... you just wonder, is Tom going to get to the point where he actually fatigues Jamie's poppers out? Or if it's just going to go to... excuse me. A point where Tom just, dies before that. But I think Jamie just made a Seismic and passed, it looked like.
Well, he gave up a bunch of cards popping dragons, so I think that was the biggest thing.
I figured he'd still have enough to swing Hammer, but I guess he only had a red left maybe, so that's kind of difficult. I see some staunch responses. I don't know if he's playing the reds in this matchup or not, but he did play them against me, so I know he has them in the sideboard somewhere.
Tom has a pretty big mountain to climb here, with no more Phantasm stoppers other than the 1 Chromite he just tucked under.
Can I... I was thinking about different ways that Dromai can try and get over the Bravo matchup, and it's like, one of them is Pierce Reality to buff, just the sweeping blows and the billowing sands. You would have to take a turn off to pop the aura, but in the meantime, you get the value from the, sweeping sands, billowing sands to hit for 5 with Go Again with no Phantasm, which is pretty strong. It's as good as a Zealous Belting that comes back from the other way before you try and hit with something heavy afterwards.
Right.
But it's just getting it out there cleanly that's kind of hard.
I wonder if there is kind of room for a extra action point, aura build to put out these blue auras. Maybe even the other blue one, not the one that you actually swing with. The one that when you pop an aura, you get a Spectral Shield.
Haze bending.
Haze bending. So haze bending, I mean, again, it's not as valuable as you would normally get with. It's not as valuable as you would normally get with Prism because you can't swing with them.
No.
But it's still blocking.
It's
still health.
That is still health, and it's another blue card that you can play that I guess works a little better than some of the other blue cards you put in the deck. Maybe
the only difference is that it's a blue card that blocks for 2.
Yeah, which does kind of suck. But if they want to get rid, but think about it this way: if you get it out and they don't destroy it because they don't see it as a threat, then the value you get from all those spectral shields over the course of the game is pretty insane. The only question: does haste bending work on dragon popping?
No, it says auras.
It does. So only when auras are popped.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think because you don't play that like a lot of auras, or you can't get like them out efficiently. I don't think that's a great draw my card.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just exploring options here, you know.
Yeah. Hey, who knows? Maybe Dynasties will give Dromai a better option for playing auras.
I want a better weapon for Dromai. I want a cooler weapon. I want a weapon with some kind of protection for dragons. It has to be different than just phantasmal footsteps on a weapon. But like something, just something to give me like.
Ooh, looks like Tom's finally blocking with the equipment and the sink below to go ahead and take 3 without the crippling effect. It looks like Tom's really trying to save the cards in his hand for.
Well, yeah, Tom has to
whatever
find
he's about
some
to
way
do.
to get back into this game.
Yeah, he could have blocked more, is what I'm saying, but he did. Oh, he's got a sigil in hand, so he can't really block with that, unfortunately. Ravenous Rabble.
Ravenous Rabble. Flipping a red, showing the Command and Conquer. Gonna come in for 4 and go again. That doesn't have Phantasm.
Yeah, that is one of the ways you kind of get around that, is by playing cards that literally just don't have Phantasm.
Yeah, Billy Mirage also doesn't have Phantasm.
That's pretty good. Did he create an Ash just now? I think he did. Because it's probably a red Rake the Embers that he's pitching. Maybe? Anyway, so we know that Tom is coming in with the Billowing Sands. Obviously, he didn't use his last Ash to create a Ashwing, because he'd probably save that for another sand cover or something.
Yeah, he might have one more. Oh, no, he created one and then, pitched a red Rake, generate 1, turn that into a Ashwing.
There we go. And now coming in with the Ashwing. I wonder
This
how...
is actually still getting pretty close, and it looks like Jamie might have smelled blood in the water, maybe. But no, he chooses to pop that Yenderai with a...
It was a Pulverize, I think.
I wasn't even trying to name the card. I just got lost because I was trying to say like with a Phantasm Popper, but like that felt wrong to say.
Yeah.
Card with 6 or more attack.
And Tom gets to Arsenal, whatever that last card was.
Has an Oasis Respite.
Oh, and there's the Macho... Oh, it was the Sigil of Solace. That's the what's in his arsenal.
And Tom is actually kind of look like he's clawing his way back into this one. It's 10-4. We know he has a Sigil, and we know he has an Oasis Respite. That's 4 damage, or 4 health he can get back.
4 health, and then a lot of blocking, too. Man, this is just... It's kind of crazy seeing how much different this is than some of the other matchups I've seen with Dromai today, just specifically.
Yeah.
It's like... And now he gets the extra Ash. He blocks out with the Command and Conquer, which probably isn't the best thing for Tom right now, because it doesn't look like Jamie's keeping like cards to even Arsenal at this point.
Yeah,
he's striking. He's trying to. Oh no, he's creating the Ashwing first. Okay, I thought he was attacking with Uvia for a second. I was like, oh, that's a daring attack first.
Oh, and then we're just gonna play the Dust Up. We're not even actually gonna swing with any of the Ashwings first. Don't have a way to, because we don't have the red. We haven't played a red with Go Again. But Dust Up for 4 coming in, gonna be able to create an Ash and make another Ashwing if it hits.
See, but Tom does have the ability to bait those Ashwings because he has the Sigil in his arsenal, so he could have attacked and then played Sigil in response to give them Go Again.
That is true. He could do that, but it looks like he's actually gonna try to get as much damage in as possible.
I think this is the best way to do that, yeah, because that hit effect is something he kind of has to respect, because either he's going to create another Ashwing or at least more Ash for future stuff. It looks like Jamie's taking into account what he's already lost, though, from his discard, and seeing what value Tom actually gets by hitting with this or not. So this will be interesting to see how Jamie responds. Jamie can't ignore the fact that he is running, like, for each Ashwing that he pops with a single card from hand, that's like one extra card out of his deck that Tom didn't have to give up in the same way.
Absolutely, I totally agree with that. There is a finite amount of times you can do that in a game, right? It's not every single time. Can't do it, can't keep going, and actually still put on pressure as well.
Especially when the way he's generating Ashwings is from an Uvia that's just sitting there, like, turn after turn. That looks like a 3-block, though, so I guess Dust Up's gonna hit.
It is gonna hit.
And he
we're
is
gonna make
creating
an
another
Ashwing.
Ashwing. Ooh. Tom's... Man, this is so close, because, like, all Jamie needs is, like, one other, like, maybe crazy Dominate attack when Tom doesn't... Yep, like, just like this. When Tom doesn't have the cards to block with, or the extra, like, cards in Arsenal. And then that's it for Tom. But he does have the Sigil. He does have one block on the... What is it called? Furnace?
Yeah, Flame Scale Furnace. He still has the Quell, and he still has the Boots.
Yep. And, not to mention that with this attack, it's not like coming in with like a cripple effect. It's just gonna -2 from the first attack that Tom does on the next turn. So it's not even the worst thing in the world. We'll see, we'll see. This is... I like how close this is getting, though. I never see Dromai get this close usually on Guardian. Because, like we say, the Guardian, even with all the poppers, can just go aggro all of a sudden, and then Dromai doesn't have anything to play with. It is very oppressive.
Is that another Passing Mirage in Tom's hand?
It is. So that must mean he has some other popper, something else that he plays as an aura, or maybe he didn't play as many as I thought. But that is another Passing Mirage. Would be nice to... Well, Tom is taking his time this time because he knows he's kind of running out of his power cards, probably.
Right.
And he needs to make sure he saves enough to try and close out the game at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Jamie's still at 9, which is not inconsequential, and he's going to keep drawing pops.
He is pitching his pummels, though, so I guess at least Tom doesn't have to worry about getting pummeled most of the time, which is just annoying on its own. Dominated debilitates.
If you're in this situation, how do you block this?
I feel like you just block as much as you can in Sigil, because, like, I feel... Actually, no, maybe not even Sigil. You save the Sigil as long as you're not going to die from this to bait out one of the Ashwing attack that's going to have -2 on it next turn. Oh, no. There he goes. He's playing it.
Yep. Gonna take... Gain 3, then go down to 2?
Yeah, because he's taking 5 total after blocking 3. So there is the crush effect taking place no matter what. Yeah, it looks like Jamie's just double checking. Yeah, that's correct. Because he gains 3, going 4 to 7, and then he takes 5 after blocking 3. So losing 5 health off the 8 damage attack. Tom will probably have something that he can play as a red to make sure all his dragons have go again next turn now. I think there was at least one sweeping blow in his hand.
Man, this has just been so tense. Awesome game to watch so far. You know, Tom still actually has a good amount, like we brought up. He still has the footsteps to block with. Still has the chess piece. Still has the Quell available to him. Yeah, looks like we're just gonna sweeping blow for 3, or for 1.
Yeah, Tom is getting close to kind of the end of his deck right now, but so is Jamie's deck is not looking too thick either for a Guardian at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Embermaw Centipede coming in for 6 damage.
Oh, that's
6.
Yeah, 6.
Yeah.
Okay, he used 2 dice for a second. Come on.
The fake out. Yeah, coming in for 6 damage. Does Jamie want to actually give up? You know, Jamie is at a bit of an impasse right now. He could try to, close out the game, dominate, Bravo, big attack, something huge.
Oh, no, wait, it is 8.
Oh, it is 8.
Ooh.
Oh, now, never mind. That is big. That is big different.
Yeah, I would definitely pop this. Like, sure, Tom's going to get an Ash, but, like,
so
you block 8 with a single card. That's pretty insane.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless you just don't have it, which he does have it.
He definitely has. I saw a Cranial Crush in his hand too. He's definitely got the pop, but like maybe he's trying to save his own power cards. Maybe Jamie's starting to feel the pressure of losing some of his power cards to close out the game.
Gonna pitch 2, just do the Cranial Crush, coming in for 8 damage.
Yeah, he's actually attacking with some of his blue attacks now. Now,
So-
granted, that's one of the ones with the higher base power, but
Yeah, absolutely. And 8 damage coming from Cranial Crush. The Crush effect is you can't draw cards during your action phase.
ooh, Tom going to 1 now with blocking for 7.
Now, pretty much any Dominate, I think, wins the game. I don't know how much
Yeah.
blocking Tom has left. If he has any more Oasis Respite or Sand Covers, I think the Sand Covers at least are gone.
There's another Billowing
Just a
Sands.
Billowing Mirage. Gonna block for 3 here. Swing with an Ashwing. Better pop it.
Yeah, he's got the pop. There's the Debilitate. Ooh, Jamie's respecting. He even blocked the initial Billowing Mirage. Maybe he has something to close it out right now. Now, he wouldn't be able to do that with just 2 cards in hand.
No, I don't think so. We're gonna just make a Seismic Surge token and Swing Hammer for
To be
6.
fair, swinging an Oppressive Hammer on its own is pretty good. It demands 2 3-card blocks, and those are probably what would be Tom's like power cards this late in the game.
A Terra Sunder would win the game. It's going to be a question of whether or not he has enough cards to ever pitch for it.
He's already played 2, and that was the last one he just pitched, so we're not going to see it again for a few more turns at least.
We're going to see a
Ooh,
Asvalai.
Now that's going to attempt to come at him with some arcane damage.
Yeah, I think he's going to end up taking that Arcane, not worry too much about it.
Yeah, you don't want to pitch the extra card. Of course, we swing with the Ashwings first. We don't want to lose them just yet.
Yeah, he really wants to kill the Asvalai, and I understand that, but I think you just end the turn here. Yep,
Yeah.
lose another Ashwing.
Man, this is getting close, because we know Tom's on his 2nd cycle now that we see that Kyloria come back up.
Yeah, but I guess the all the defensive cards are gone on Tom's side, though.
Unless he pitched one earlier that we didn't notice, but he's got to burn them all in his hand, so he's got some of that coming up as well. He has all the cards in his graveyard to keep that burn them all up for like the rest of the game at this point. Just depending on how long the game is.
And then we actually see the last-ditch effort. I love it. Coming in for 6 damage on the Anathos one more time.
Such a classic Bravo card.
Blocking
Ooh.
for 3, not getting pummeled here.
Yeah, he kind of has to worry about that now. That is really scary.
I kind of totally like lost track of pummel. I was like, oh yeah, that is a card.
Now
isn't
he has
it?
an Arsenal. Ooh, that's so damaging right now.
Yeah, I already saw the Thunderquake. Thunderquake at least to block this, a Debilitate. Or, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Disable.
I feel like it's Buckling Blow. That's definitely a Buckling Blow
it is-
card. I see it in there. Yeah, that's it right there. That's Buckling Blow.
Yep, loses another Ashwing. Takes 1 from the Arcane from Burn the
Ooh,
Wall.
the Arcane Burn is coming in. Jamie has to respect this because that little Arcane damage with 7 health left, that's kind of a lot.
Oh,
Oh,
rouse the Ancient.
Ooh.
7 damage. Go
Wow.
again. Yeah, rouse the Ancients. Go again. Here we go. Is this going to be the game? That is the game. Jamie's going to walk away with the finals. He is your champion after 6 hours of flesh and blood here at the Haven. Jamie's going to walk away with that amazing cold foil, a crap ton of packs, and the first place win as Guardian. Good for him. Let's go. That's an awesome win from Jamie.
I was
What
gonna
a
say,
great
he
play.
just gets all the clout at this point.
Oh, all the clout.
But yeah, that's kind of I was expecting the pummel to finish it off, but yeah, Rouse the Ancients does it too. 7 into any like the 6 hammer swing. That's probably why Rouse is so like efficient / oppressive in the Guardian matchup, because like the hammer coming in for 6 off of that, it's so much damage for what could be, depending on what cards you're revealing, like such a. Actually, so you need the Rouse like a 3-4 card hand. It's still really efficient. But
Yeah,
yeah, ever since we saw like Zealous Belting and Rouse the Ancients come in for Guardian as options, and those were both from Monarch, like Guardian's always had that ability to just kind of be on the more aggressive side than just always the defensive side.
So yeah, that is going to do it for us. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you haven't already, please like, follow, and share this stream as much as you can. We will be back next week at the same time, 2 p.m. Eastern Also, shop at thehaventabletop.com. Use that promo code TEAMACG that you see at the top right of your screen. You get 10% off already their amazingly priced Flesh and Blood singles. It helps out the channel. It helps out the store that supports us. And we love that you guys spent time, watched us here. We had double-digit viewers during a Nationals week, so we're against that, and I just really appreciate you guys watching the stream. I want to thank Ryan. I want to thank Nick. I love you too, buddy. I want to thank you guys for watching. Thank you. And again, we will be here every single Saturday. We are taking the next Saturday, not the next Saturday, but the one after that off, because we will be in Charlotte for Nationals, baby, U.S. Nationals. And that's all I have to say. Ryan, do you have anything else you want to say before we get out of here?
No, nothing else to say. This match was definitely great for a final match of the day, and I'm looking forward to Charlotte's coming up, especially with the Nationals, the calling. I'll be in the calling, you'll be in the Nationals, but I'm looking to give it my best effort nonetheless.
Let's go. All right, that's it for us. Again, make sure you follow and sub and all that good stuff, and I just love that you guys are watching. The best thing you can do to support me is to just hang out and watch the channel, watch the content. We have great players here in Central Florida, and we're going to continue